Hello. Okay. Oh, okay. It doesn't look like it'll do side by side because it's your camera. Yeah.
If we wanted to do side by side, we can do so we can pin the speaker. So try and pin the broadcast.
I pinned. Okay.
No, on this one. Go. So we go here, probably in gallery view maybe. And then we do pin. And then we go back here and we go. You can't do double pin for some reason. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's going to be any way to do that. So, no, that's not going to work. We would just have to go back and forth between the two.
Yeah, just be.
Unless there's a. And then. You can do it over here, but you can't do it on that one.
That's because this isn't horse. Maybe.
No, that's not it. What if we do double spotlight? So we spotlight this one, and then also,
Allow multi-pin.
but multi-pin is not on their screen. Now that we allowed it over there, go in here. And then there you go. Do you understand?
Yeah, but I don't see how we would do that. Like we would just do that in the middle of a meeting.
If that's what they wanted, let's say if Edgar's presenting this and they want the camera on, so go ahead and turn on the PC, the camera,
Okay.
and show Edgar. Yeah, that's as good as we can get it. Can we add enable multi-pin to the checklist, please?
What do you mean you could be not on the screen? Is this gonna be the first item after 10:30? Because we can prepare the side by side before the supervisors come back, so it's just ready. Okay.
Thank you. And we're going to call for the closed sessions, items 1A through 1E. Is there any public comment on closed session items? See no one in the chambers.
There's one hand raised, and it is Stephen.
All right. Please, you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and fellow supervisors. My name is Stephen Beals, and I represent Andy and Stacy Tope. Today, I come before you to ask again that you approve the countywide service agreement for Tope's Tree Service. When I appeared before you in June, you had made a decision to delay approval of the service agreement because you were led to believe that the Tope's Tree Service needed to be compelled to comply with a code enforcement case relating to the property located at 225 River Road in Salinas. You were told that despite numerous communications from the county, that the Topes had not taken any action to correct the violations on the property. This information was incorrect, and I understand that staff has informed you that the Topes had in fact been working with staff to correct the violations. The Topes had expended thousands of dollars moving forward with the permitting process. They had submitted an application for a use permit for the activities they were conducting on the property. They submitted a site plan topographic map, conducted and submitted a traffic study, submitted a lot coverage report, a geotechnical report, a septic systems performance evaluation, and acoustic analysis. Subsequent to the submittals, there had been several communications with county staff related to the project. What remains outstanding is resolution of a difference of opinion on the method of acoustic analysis and coming to a final agreement on wastewater. Both are being worked on as we speak. Since the meeting in June, the Topes entered into a stipulated agreement with the county. They immediately ceased any commercial use of the property and removed all of the tree service related vehicles from the property. They've removed the stored wood chips from the property and have been diligently removing stored timber. The ballpark and any commercial use or public use has ceased. The trailer has been disconnected and the septic has been removed. Plans for design approval are being prepared, and the front property line is being located to determine if the trees are actually in the county right away. I believe that the Topes have made considerable efforts to return to the good graces of the county. I ask you to once again move forward with approval of the countywide service agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
There are none.
Okay, then none will close public comment and the board will recess for closed session agenda items. We'll now move to the Board of Supervisors, the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, and call to order.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with the exception of Supervisor Root Askew, who will be joining in closed session.
Okay. Are there any additions or corrections?
No additions or corrections.
Okay, then we will call for the closed session items 1A. And are there any public comments on this item?
I see none.
Okay, thank you. And the board will recess for closed session items. And we'll be back at 10:30.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, I'm ready.
All right, Mike 17, this is the podium.
Good.
Mike 16,
Good.
microphone 15.
Good.
Mike 3, Mike 3.
Good.
Mike 4, Mike 4, Mike 4.
Good.
Mike 5, Mike 5.
Good.
Mike 7, Mike 7.
Good.
Mike 9, Mike 9.
Good.
Mike 10, Mike 10, Mike 10.
Yeah, that's the one.
Mike 12, Mike 12.
Good.
Clerk's Mike.
I was already like in this space. Design Zoom meeting this Thursday.
Wireless Mike.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
I do. Yeah. I know about what's in it.
All right, it's we're running a few minutes behind. We're gonna reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk, if you call the roll, please.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present with Supervisor Askew joining us shortly.
Thank you, and I will ask for the announcement of our Spanish interpreter, Diego Celis.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para el día de hoy. Si planea hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor hablar lento y suficientemente fuerte para que yo le escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de las oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now I'll ask our CEO, Sonia de la Rosa of Chiquilitas, today in the Pledge of Allegiance. We can all rise, please.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much to our CEO. We are now going to additions or corrections by the clerk.
Yes, there's one correction to item number 45 under the consent calendar for general government, and that is a revised board report was received.
Okay, we will now go to ceremonial resolutions. These are items 2 through 4. Only one is being presented today. The resolution for Cesar Lara will be presented at the Labor Day picnic on Labor Day in Watsonville. So we can entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Moved by Lopez,
Second.
seconded by Adams. Now I'll ask for comments from the public on any of these ceremonial resolutions that we'll be presenting in just a bit. See none? Okay, then all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Motion carries unanimously 5-0. So this morning, we only have a resolution to present recognizing KSBW 8 on your outstanding efforts and dedication in promoting the fundraising initiatives for the County of Monterey and the Community Foundation of Monterey for Monterey County's COVID-19 Memorial Fund. So I wanted to call up Laura Williamson, Ed Everest, and Hector Vega to the front to receive this resolution, and I'll ask Nick Pascoli to join us as well. Thank you very much. Good to see you. I'm gonna read this resolution and I'll ask our communications director, Nick Pascoli, say more words before we hear from you. Today, we are recognizing KSBW 8 on their outstanding efforts and dedication in promoting the fundraising initiatives of Monterey County and the Community Foundation for Monterey County for our COVID-19 Memorial Fund. Laura Williamson, President and General Manager, Ed Everest, Creative Services Director, and Hector Vega, Commercial Producer for KSBW, presented exemplary commitment to the betterment of our community and unwavering support for the COVID-19 Memorial Project that has not gone unnoticed. KSBW 8's collaboration has been instrumental in advancing the goals of the COVID-19 Memorial Fund. Their tireless effort in producing and airing public service announcement, PSAs, in both English and Spanish languages have been vital in raising awareness and garnering support for this meaningful endeavor. Through their dedication, they have enabled the successful promotion of the project, allowing us to commemorate the lives impacted by the pandemic and created a lasting tribute within our community. KSBW 8's decision to champion this cause, along with their generosity in providing airtime for the PSA across all 3 stations, exemplifies the highest standards of corporate social responsibility and community engagement. KSBW 8's commitment to advancing essential community causes to the Central Coast sets a remarkable precedent for others to follow. Therefore, be it resolved that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of our county and all our residents, hereby expresses our deepest gratitude to KSBW 8 for your contributions and support. Your actions have truly made a significant and positive impact, and we are proud to acknowledge your dedication to enhancing the well-being of our community. With that, we'll pass it to Mr. Pascoli.
Thank you, Chair Alejo, and I want to thank KSBW especially because when the community needs help, and whether it's raising awareness or raising money for things like disasters and whatnot, KSBW is always there. And so on behalf of the entire community, the County Administrative Office and the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, thank you so much for your generosity.
And we have these new certificates, resolutions, so you're the first to get one here today. Nick Pasculi was part of the design team of this. We were trying to enhance and make it a little bit more colorful. So this is a nice, beautiful resolution with some nice color here. So I want to present the first resolution to KSBW 8 for your leadership. Thank you very much. Can we give him a round of applause, everybody, for Mr. Williamson and all the team at KSBW based here in Salinas. We have another one for you.
Okay, thank you so much. We are humbled. And on behalf of KSBW, I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for this wonderful recognition. You know, in reading the proclamation, I could not have asked for a more perfect description of what we aspire to do day in and day out. So to have you mention that in such detail, we truly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone. And we'll take a photo here. We'll give it the rest. I'll hold this one here.
You should be moving.
May I mention one other
Yes, sure.
point? Sorry about that. I did want to also mention that just next month, we will be celebrating KSBW's 70th anniversary in this community. And I just want you to know that it's really our intention and our goal to collaborate with our community partners day in and day out and to really continue the strong legacy that the station has had. So thank you again.
And we want to thank all your reporters, all the crew, everybody at the station that make it all possible, reporting the news, what we do here to thousands of people all over Monterey County. So we're really grateful for your professionalism and outstanding news reporting. Thank you very much. That's a proclamation for me as well. Thank you. We are now moving to appointments. This is number 5. It's only one appointment. So if I could have a motion and second.
Move approval.
Moved by Lopez, seconded by Church. Any comments from the public on this appointment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, motion carries 5-0. We are now on consent calendar. This is item number 6, but it includes consent items number 18 through 48. Do any of my colleagues want to pull or speak on any of these items?
I have a question on 48.
Okay, any others? Seeing none, let's go item 48 first. Okay, we're gonna go to take the board comments and then we'll go to public.
So
Yes, 48.
thank you. Yes, 48 is to approve and authorize Laguna Seca to execute the facility use agreement with Grid Life. And I know we had discussion about this at the previous meeting. I felt satisfied as I read the article, but I just wanted to ensure everybody else was on board, that there was enough definition on what this is going to be for us to move forward with this contract.
Okay. Any other comments on 48 or any other items? I don't see any. So now we'll go to the public. And do any members of the public want to speak on any consent items? Please come forward and we'll give you up to 2 minutes.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Yes, consent calendar item number 48 is another example of Laguna Seca's expanding use and uses. Late in the year, this event comes up. I'm wondering if everybody had a nice weekend this year. Everybody have a nice Saturday and Sunday? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I woke up Saturday morning going out to get a little needed gardening done, and the track was loud. We had 103 decibel day on Saturday, followed by 105 decibel day on Sunday. Unexpected. In the month of August alone, Friday, August 4th was noisy. Saturday, the 5th, Sunday, the 6th, and Big Car Week came along. You may remember when Big Car Week was one day, It went to 2 a weekend, and then it was successful. It became like the historics. It went to 3 Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then we had the pre-reunion, which is the previous weekend, Saturday, Sunday. This was a first. This ran the whole 8 days this year. So we had the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th, noisy, followed by this weekend. It's just expanding uses. And I assume you all got my second letter that I submitted. I don't see it on display out here. So it wasn't part of the package. Everybody get the letter I sent? If not, I can drop one off. Thank you.
You got it by email. Thank you. Next person. These are consent items 18 through 48.
Yeah, I'd actually like to comment on this last one. I think it was, what was it, 48?
48.
And then I have one on 38 too. I probably can do it within 2 minutes.
Okay.
So on 48, since that was Bill Light, Monterey County resident, on this last commenters who I've known that our families have known each other for a long, long time. And I grew up out in the 68 area, Highway 68 area, and he obviously did too. I don't think it's about the track itself. I think it's about how many events are there. I think we'd all support a vibrant, showcase type events. The Indy cars are coming up. But I think it's the number of events that are maybe bothersome to folks, especially close by the track, because you got a lot of private track days out there, and you have apparently unexpected ones too. The people that utilize these track days obviously are very wealthy, and some of them are friends of Laguna Seca. So maybe there's a balance somewhere. And I think working with a community member like Mr. Weaver there, who's been around a long time, would be helpful. I wanted to shift gears to number 38, which has to do with a $3.5 million expenditure on the enterprise resource planning system. We built one a few years back, apparently didn't work, spent a lot of money on it. Supervisor Adams rightly pulled an item a couple weeks ago that was a $25 million expenditure. So I would hope these types of big expenditures on a system that was failed initially when it was built, and we're rebuilding it again, so we got to do it, that these kind of things come before the public for a hearing, and maybe even an overall overview of the ERP system, what went wrong the last time and how much we spent, and how it's going this time. Hopefully with Oracle and others involved, it'll be better, and hopefully it will work. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on time. Anyone else if they would like to speak on any consent items 18 through 48? Let's call anybody online.
Yes, there's one hand raised, phone number ending in 902.
You can unmute yourself and we'll give you 2 minutes.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I wanted to comment on the Laguna Seca item and agree with the first speaker. This is an issue that continues on and on without any resolution. When I moved to Monterey when I was a child, the races were not the frequency that they are now. I fortunately don't live near the track, but I became aware that the races and the activities there were increasing with frequency, and it is unfair for the residents out there who were sold one deal, that this would be a few races a year, to now be subjected to races and events pretty much every weekend with noise. And his comment to you about, did you enjoy your weekend? I think it's critical that every one of us has days when there's nothing. We can recoup to our homes and have days of rest. But for residents out in the surrounding the Laguna Seca, they don't have that on the weekends. And this county has done nothing except increase frequency of races. And that is an incredible disservice to your residents, that you will not deal with this and are, I don't know, beholden to certain interests in the county that are pumping more and more events out at Laguna Seca. It is utterly unfair to the residents out there. It's decreased their property values, and it's certainly destroyed their quality of life. So I'd ask the county to take this very seriously and do something about the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, phone number ending in 705.
Yes, Lorna Moffett here, and I agree with Nina. You know, we've got to get out of our cars. The iron oxide from the pollution of cars is now proven conclusively that it's causing early onset Alzheimer's disease and dementia in children and adults alike. And so this pollution that you allow and this noise is criminal, and it's got to stop. So please do your part and say, no, you can't do this all the time to these residents here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Bernie Gomez.
And this is on the consent calendar. Bernie?
Yeah, I understand that. Buenos dias, Chair and Board. Just a quick comment around consent items number 34 and 36. Just wondering, this contract there, the county is contracting two separate entities for the same service, the probation monitoring system, right? And yeah, I just wondering what's the overall goal there? They're having two entities, right? Providing the service. I understand it is a critical alternative to incarceration, right? And I guess while I'm here, and that's my comment to that. Also just wondering about item number 30, we're at 33. Also just the amendment with the California Forensic Medical Group, providing jail-based competent treatment programs, right, for those that are unfit to or incompetent to stand trial. Just wondering what's the if the county has any a progress report on that, what's been the successes, the challenges, because you know the county is spending $3.4 million on it, right? With just added increases over the years and amendments and all this. So just wondering if the county can get just a progress report and yeah, and just see where all this money is going, because we continue to see all these discrepancies happening in the jail, people dying still, you know, yeah, just unbearable, unlivable conditions, right? Treatment by the officers to those residents that are in jail right now, right? So yeah, those are my comments. Thank you for your time, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Phone number ending in 837.
I just want to point out that the cars are emitting too many emissions. The traffic is too miserable. I visit Monterey from out of town. There needs to be better mass transit. It's just becoming a nightmare trying to get to Monterey, and all the iron oxide being emitted. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I see no more hands raised.
Okay. I don't know if probation's on. I want to just talk about the difference on number 34 and 36 for electronic monitoring devices for probation clients. If they're on, if not, we'll move forward. Don't see them. All right. Sorry, Bernie, we don't have an answer for you today. Okay. Let's entertain a motion for consent.
Move consent.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against? Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Okay, now we're going to item number 7. This is general public comments for any items not on today's agenda. We'll give members of the public up to 2 minutes to speak on anything not on the agenda today.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. So I'm Reb Close. I'm an addiction physician and an emergency medicine physician with Montage Health, and I'm also one of the Prescribe Safe lead physicians for that project. I'm here today first to say thank you. The collaboration that we've had throughout our county has been incredible, and the work that we've been able to do is just unmatched, actually, in our region and even in our state. With that, however, we are still losing members of our community to overdose. So far this year, we've documented 599 non-fatal suspected overdoses and 72 fatalities thus far. So with all the work we've done and all the collaboration we've had, we're still not finished. And that's why I'm here today. I want to talk to you very quickly about a program that we've done as a tri-county collaborative. We brought together San Benito, Santa Cruz, and Monterey, and we moved forward with an EMS buprenorphine project. So we are taking treatment for opiate use disorder to the streets. We're connecting patients to treatment directly in real time and connecting them to services moving forward so they can get their lives back. And that's what we've been working on as a tri-county collaborative. The reason I wanted to talk about that today is, number one, celebrate the successes. We've treated almost a dozen patients so far with this program, and we're continuing to connect them to care. As well, we need your support. There are a couple of things that I believe are coming up in the next board meeting, and those are the ongoing medical surveillance and control for this program. So we make sure that we're following what we need to do and we're getting people connected to care, and that all of the program dynamics are appropriate and medically supervised. So that is coming across your desk. And then the next thing is as well funding. We received from Public Health Institute and the California Bridge $375,000 to support this work. So it is of no cost to our community. And then just yesterday, I found out we got CareStar funding for $1 million to continue this through September 2026. So thank you for your support.
Thank you. And we should be thanking you, Doctor, for all your leadership. We saw you in the news recently on the significant drops in Monterey County, but as you said, a lot more work to do, but we really commend you on your leadership on that topic. Thank you. Go to the next person, please.
Okay, good morning. So I wanted to comment about the 481. Recently, the police chief in Salinas gave us a report about the militarized apparatuses like tanks and MRAPs and high capacity guns and surveillance equipment and drones. And so, you know, we're investing more money in that. And my comment about that, and also the MRAP was at the festival on Main Street this weekend for the children. And I think it's the wrong message to send to the children about military equipment in Salinas, because we have a history of gang violence and gangs here that's generational. And we don't want to be sending a lot of police state militarization messages to the children. We want to send a message of collaboration and community and not military. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the next person.
Yeah, Chairman Alejo and members of the board, good morning. My name is Scott Smythe. I'm joined here by Alon Cladell. We're volunteers with the Monterey County Sheriff's Search and Rescue Team. In my brief few moments here, I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors for your support with the Monterey County Sheriff's Office, and also just shed some light on our search and rescue organization. Our 40-person team is made up of an equal mix of sworn officers and volunteers. Annually, we manage anywhere from 50 to 80 missions throughout the state and in the county. In any given year, my fellow volunteers will each contribute to our county anywhere from 300 to 500 hours in training and missions. 2023 has been one of our busiest years in recent history. To kick off this year, catastrophic floods kept our team out for weeks in Carmel Valley, Big Sur, Salinas Valley, and North County. In Pajaro, we managed the most challenging deployment in the state this year, rescuing nearly 350 residents from homes, businesses, cars, and occasion rafts floating by. This spring and summer session got us fully engaged, experiencing numerous backcountry rescues, newly opened trails in the Ventana Wilderness, our state parks, and dozens of missions up and down our coast of Big Sur, often in very difficult environmental conditions. We love our Monterey County, many of us born and raised here with families going back many generations. We're highly motivated by the pride to serving our community and humbled by the opportunity to serve alongside our sworn deputies. Together, we do this so others may live. Thank you for your time, your attention, and support.
Thank you. Want to certainly thank you both and all the rest of the volunteer members of this Monterey County Search and Rescue. Can't thank you enough. And as you said, we have more challenging crisis that in recent years here in Monterey County. And I'm sure the Sheriff's Department and all the staff really appreciate all of you for all the heroic work you do for all of us. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Ada.
Thank you. I just, as the person who represents the area where you guys spend a whole lot of time, I really want to thank you so much. From the food drops to the emergency rescues, our sworn officers totally rely on you. And I know that we as a community do as well. You do put yourself in harm's way so that others will be safe. And I just thank you so much for the training that you do, the expertise that you bring to the table, and the fact that people can feel confident when something happens to know that their neighbors are going to be helpful. So thank you again so much for everything you've done for our district and the whole county.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Much respect to all of you. Okay, we'll go to our next member of the public.
Weird deal here. Oh, that works better. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Bill Light, Monterey County. These comments in no way denigrate the service of many of our deputies here. We do have a crisis. It's in the jail. We have twice the national average of death in the jails here in Monterey County. We have 3 times the average of suicides in the jail. There's obviously big issues there. We're paying out on a large settlement. The Hernandez case. We're likely going to have others with the revelation of the health monitoring reports that have recently been disclosed, which, I really want to talk about how the county council can justify themselves in suppressing the information, not just from the public who is underwriting this venture, but was also kept from you, the Board of Supervisors. I mean, maybe there's a legal justification for it, but ethically it is very questionable. And as a taxpayer, I'm disgusted by it. We've got other issues going on, I think, in the Sheriff's Department. They're not related necessarily to the new sheriff. They go back decades. This is an old county. It's an old backwater county. And there's been a lot of backwater stuff that's happened here over the decades, and it needs to be cleaned up. And we need to make sure that it's transparent. We need an oversight committee with an inspector general with subpoena powers to oversee our Sheriff's Department. We'll deal with whatever rights the Sheriff's Department has with investigations and whatnot. We got budgetary issues here, issues that you control, you supervisors actually manage and have a say in. So I really hope that you fast track this oversight committee with an inspector general that's independent and objective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in chambers? Seeing none, I'll go to anyone who wants to speak in chambers. This is the time to do so, because then we go to those on Zoom.
Wish I had a glass of water right here. My throat's kind of raspy. Okay. Hi, my name is John Brady. I'm here to warn the public if I can. Oh, okay, I'll have that. Thank you, though. Thank you. Thank you. I am here to warn the public if I can. A friend I knew choked on a piece of steak. My friend died. I noticed there wasn't any warnings on the meat label about choking. In the United States, over 4,000 people die every year from choking on meat. 140 children die every year from choking meat. There should be some mandatory laws on all meat packaging, menus for restaurants, fast foods, in the United States and other countries that deal with the United States. I almost choked on a piece of meat. I'm sure we all have. It's scary and affects everyone. I myself saved a life in a car crash that I saw. I started his heart back up. It's a good feeling. The label might warn the mother to warn the children to chew their meat well. I was wondering if you could start the process of putting labels on meat packages, warnings on menus in restaurants, fast foods, and anything else that pertains to these warnings. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in chambers? Seeing none, then we'll go to those on Zoom.
Marcela Barbosa.
Hello, good morning, everybody. This is Marcela Barbosa with Monterey County Probation. I just want to respond to the comments that were made on our consent items number 34 and 36 for the contracts for electronic monitoring services. So the reason why we have two different vendors is because they offer slightly different services, which are described in our contract, and also different products and competitive pricing. Thank you so much.
Thank you for answering that question for Mr. Bernie Gomez. Appreciate it. Next person.
Bernie Gomez.
There you go.
Well, thank you. And I guess that's a conversation to continue to have, but just hi, Bernie Gomez again with Milpa. Just real quick, I want to just echo the gentleman's comments right around having just an adequate and objective oversight, sheriff oversight committee, right? And I think those conversations are going to come. So I just urge the board to begin to consider it, believe in it. We've all went through those experiences together, with this recent transition, with the past history, and even this current administration too. It has a lot to live, but it's also a sheriff is a sheriff, and they abide by their laws, not the county's laws. So but also anyways, also I want to just inject real quick. Been talking to families in the Pajaro area, right, affected by the floods, and I just want to tell you that there's a lot of families that are actually really struggling, right, that are really they're on the verge of their hotel vouchers expiring, they loss of jobs, so many insecurities, right? And one thing, the common thread or common just a comment that I hear is what is the county, where did all the money go? Where did all the assistance go, from the county? They, some people might have seen it, but a lot of people are not. They're struggling right now, and they're just wondering, hey, when is the help actually going to come? Besides this, generic, just show and stuff. So, anyways, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Con Whited.
Oh, pardon. Apologies for that, everybody. I had myself muted. Good morning. Thank you so much for having me on. My name is Con Whited. I've had the pleasure of working with Dr. Reb Close, on Montage Health Prescribe Safe. And I'd just like to add on to her point regarding the EMS buprenorphine project earlier. I'm sure you've all heard of the wonder medication that is Narcan. It's truly is an excellent medication, but I just want to highlight that it only works with immediate administration. And so the only way to rise from our current opioid crisis is through initiatives such as EMS buprenorphine, which, by allowing our EMS providers to get folks into treatment, to get folks into recovery as soon as possible, immediately on the streets, only by those means can we actually rise from the crisis. I also want to highlight that really our EMS buprenorphine project here is first of its kind. It's a tri-county collaborative between Santa Cruz County, Monterey County, and San Benito County. And this really acknowledges the fact that this crisis is not limited to county lines. And so the only way that we're going to be able to adequately combat this crisis is by acknowledging that fact and breaking down the red tape that's in front of us. So I would love to have your support in breaking down that red tape through the signing of the MOU that we'll be presenting next month. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Go to the next person. No one else? Anybody else in chambers? Last call for public comments for items on today's agenda. See none, we'll close this item. Item number 7, we're going to recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting and take up the East Garrison Community Services District. Madam Clerk, can we call the roll?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present.
Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Any general public comments for items not on the East Garrison Community Services District agenda? Seeing none, we'll go to the consent calendar. This is one item acting as the Board of Directors of the East Garrison Community Services District to adopt a resolution establishing the revised annual budget for established sponsored events. Do I have a motion and a second?
I'll move approval,
Moved
but I have a comment.
Okay, moved by Askew, second by Church. Comment on the motion, and then I'll go to the public.
Thank you. Just want to thank staff for working on this and the Community Services District for managing this along with so many other things that are on the agenda. I do want to acknowledge some questions and desire from the community to streamline the access and utilization of Lincoln Park. It's a complicated set of situation where we have a CSD owned park that's governed by county park regulations and rules with some additional resolutions that the board has passed that don't always align fully with the county parks rules. So it's confusing for the residents. I just want to let folks know that we are aware of that and we are working with CSD staff to try to figure out where to prioritize and how to address some of those concerns that have been raised. So, but with that, we've got a motion and second.
Yeah, thank you. I'll go to the members of the public if they would like to comment on the consent calendar on the East Garrison Community Services District. I don't see any. Nobody's online.
Yes, there's
Others?
2 hands raised. Phone number ending in 902.
Thank you for joining us.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I had raised my hand for public comment for the general public comment for the Board of Supervisors. So I'm not commenting on the East Garrison, and I'd like to make a comment when you're done with the East Garrison on general public comment.
I believe you spoke already on. We didn't see your hand.
I spoke on the consent agenda. I did not speak on during open public comment.
That item is over, and we're on the East Community Services District.
And when you finish that, I'd like to make open public comment because my hand
We
was raised.
already
for
closed that
open
item.
comment.
We already closed that item. Anyone else?
Terry Short.
Good morning, Chair Alejo and Board of Supervisors. I'm Terry Short, Chair of the East Garrison Community Services District Advisory Committee. I'm here today to speak to you about the budget increase request for community events on behalf of East Garrison. We're asking for an increase due to our population growing and higher costs. East Garrison has experienced significant growth since our first budget was approved in 2019. And with the Chispa development coming online soon, we anticipate more residents at our events. The events committee has spent diligently the money previously allocated. And I just want to share that, community events play a crucial role in bringing people together and building strong relationships. They also help to foster a sense of community and belonging, which is especially important as our population continues to grow. Our budget increase request is not excessive or unreasonable. It is simply necessary to ensure we continue to provide quality, engaging events for our residents. The increase comes in around $26 per home per year. I'd like to emphasize that our events committee is committed to being responsible and efficient with our resources. We will continue to offset costs with volunteerism and donations from our residents. And we are confident that this budget increase will allow us to serve more people. Thank you again for your time and consideration. We look forward to working with you to continue building a strong and vibrant community in East Garrison. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Short. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no other further comments, there's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, motion carries unanimously 5-0, and we will adjourn the East Garrison Community Services District. I don't want to talk about public comment. You need to raise your hand to be recognized during that item. I asked our clerk, there was no hands raised at the time. I even asked for last call for those in public, no hand raised. So if you don't raise it, we move on in the agenda and we don't reopen that item. So look, our next meeting is September 12th to have an opportunity to speak during public comments then. We're now going to convene the Pajaro County Sanitation District. And we're going to do it jointly and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors because the item on the Pajaro County Sanitation District, item number 1, is the same as item number 8 on the regular agenda. And I checked with our county council that we could pick them up both together. Les Gerard commented before we started this meeting. So we're going to call the roll for the Pajaro County Sanitation District and the reconvening of the Board of Supervisors.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all directors and supervisors are present.
All right, great. We're going to call for any additions or corrections to the Pajaro County Sanitation District.
There are none.
Is there any general public comments for items not on the Pajaro County Sanitation District?
I see one hand raised, Christine Shaw.
Okay. This is for general public comments on the Pajaro County Sanitation District.
Hi, sorry. I wanted to go on the record stating my community's opposition to the proposed grossly inflated and inhumane rate increase.
Okay,
To suggest,
wait. This is for comments not on the agenda. We're going to go to that item next. And we'll
sorry, I apologize. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, this is for general public comments for items not on the Pajaro County Sanitation District. See none. We're going to move to the scheduled items. This is the acting as a board of directors of the Pajaro County Sanitation District to receive a report on the proposed new customer service rates for the Pajaro County Sanitation District wastewater collection system and consider implementing a new customer service rates beginning in fiscal year 2024-25. The same is listed on the Board of Supervisors agenda, item number 8. So with that, we have a presentation first by our senior civil engineer. Oh, and we'll pass it on to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, Chair, members of the board. I'm Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. And with me today and doing the presentation is Eric Rauber, our Senior Civil Engineer. And we also have various staff members from special districts on the line as well for any questions that may come up. Staff has a presentation for you regarding the Pajaro County Sanitation District proposed sewer rate increases. We'll go ahead and go on to the next slide to show the overview for today's presentation. And by way of background and overview, this is a process of which the county has endeavored on years ago. We are now at a point where things have occurred, things have changed since originally starting this journey. So we wish to both apprise the board of the progress made with the budget committee and committee process, the rates themselves, and where we are recommending that the board go with this item. And so for the presentation, we will have a brief background. Again, we'll talk about committee process. We'll then talk about the proposed new rates. Again, we'll talk about the updates since starting this process and journey. We'll then start to close with the recommended path forward, then the proposed schedule, and then open it up for questions and comments. Go ahead.
Thank you.
And as we go on to the next slide, I will hand the floor over to our Senior Civil Engineer, Eric Rauber.
Thank you very much, Randy. Good afternoon, Chair Alejo and members of the Board of Directors. By way of background, the PCSD, Pajaro County Sanitation District, is a county-owned wastewater collection system located in northern Monterey County. It includes 16.5 miles of gravity sewer pipe, 6 pump stations, and approximately 2.4 miles of force main. There are approximately 1,050 sewer connections and 1,768 billing units. The PCSD is a collection system only. Under an agreement with the city of Watsonville, its plant accepts and treats PCSD sewage. PCSD is charged a fraction of the plant's capital costs and a fraction of its operations and maintenance cost based on the total wastewater received by the plant and the strength of that wastewater. Public Works, Facilities and Parks recently completed $2 million in capital improvements to the PCSD system, including cleaning and repairing lines, manholes, and pump stations. There remain several critical repairs that should be performed soon, if not immediately. Efforts are also underway to sell the PCSD system to an experienced operator per prior board direction. PCSD rates have not changed since 2007, and current service rates are insufficient to cover current costs, which are currently less than $30 per month. We are thus pursuing increased rates via the Prop 218 process. In November 2022, in a budget committee meeting, staff presented 4 scenarios to show how key components impact proposed service rates in the PCSD. The goal was, of course, trying to get these rates as low as possible and below $100 per month, if not lower. Scenario 1 includes all costs to operate the system, including capital costs not currently covered by past ARPA expenditures, paying off of all current outstanding loans. Under this scenario, the average rate for one billing unit would be approximately $165 a month. Scenario 2 is the same as scenario 1, except outstanding loans are forgiven. And under this scenario, the rates would drop to about $149 a month. Under scenario 3, it assumes that the Board of Supervisors approves an additional $2.1 million in capital improvement funds for the PCSD. Under that scenario, the rates would be approximately $129 per month. And finally, scenario 4 is the same as 3, except the county provides a $700,000 per year expenditure for the next 5 years. And under this scenario, the rates would drop to about $100. For comparison, the PCSD monthly customer service rates for the South Suquetas County's Sanitation District and Freedom County's Sanitation District is about $60 per month. And City of Watsonville rates are about $50 per month. We started this rate increase process last fall. And when we were getting ready to hold some community outreach meetings, the January storms hit, then the March storms hit. Approximately 70% of the PCSD costs to operate and maintain the system go to the City of Watsonville for treating wastewater. Over the last 2 years, the plant's costs have increased significantly, both operations and maintenance and capital expenditures. However, the plant's recently obtained a major grant, and wastewater flow and strength have returned to historical average trends, which bodes well for future rates, at least relative to what we're projecting now. And while the PCSD system needs significant capital improvements, if more capital improvements to the existing system can be performed through grants, cost impacts can be further reduced. In terms of a path forward, staff recommends increases be postponed until fiscal year 24-25. By doing so, it allows more time for residents and businesses within the community to recover from last winter's devastating storms, and allows more time for staff to engage with the community regarding the planned new rates and get its feedback. It further allows for more time to consider new information on which the rates are based, which may result in lower rates than those presented above. And finally, it allows impacts, if any, resulting from a state audit recently conducted to be considered. Delaying the rate increases is not anticipated to affect this year's budget, as approximately $1.1 million was put in the budget for this potential eventuality. So with regard to schedule, assuming the board approves these recommendations, we'd hold our first community meeting sometime in October, receive, like we do every year, the capital improvement and O&M costs from the City of Watsonville, which would sort of trigger a reevaluation of the rates. Then at that point, we would complete a Prop 218 report once the City of Watsonville costs have been properly evaluated. Present that engineer's report to the Budget Committee, hold a second community meeting, and then at a April 2nd hearing, hopefully the board would approve rate increases. Set a public hearing with a public hearing in May, and customer service rates increase before the next fiscal year in mid-June. That concludes my presentation. If anyone has any questions.
And as we open up for questions and comments from your board and from the public, staff would just reiterate that we recommend the path forward of continuing to hold these rates for Powell County Sanitation District in abeyance for this fiscal year, recognizing that the County Board of Supervisors has already acted and contributed the approximately $1.16 million for this fiscal year budget to fill any funding gaps between the existing rate structure and the expenditures that need to be made by PCSD in terms of its annual operations and the payments that must be made to the pass-through entity, City of Watsonville. In this period of time, we ask that we be able to proceed rapidly with our rate consultant to take in this new information, again, consisting of what that picture looks like with the City of Watsonville winning a grant for their capital expenditures, which should have impacts better for the satellite entities that send flow to that treatment plant for wastewater treatment. It's also taking into account the new data with regards to the strength factor of the wastewater that's generated from PCSD to their system, and also to take into account the damages from the January and February 2023 winter storms and flooding, which also have that local match component to them, where because it's a fee-for-service entity, the local match, even though we have won disaster assistance grants, there's still a local match component. And so that does need to be considered in the PCSD rate structure. And of course, the full Board of Supervisors would need to concur with this proposed rate schedule, recognizing that the county board would be contributing some form or fashion of funds potentially to assist with that rate structure. So again, we thank your board very much, and we bring it back to your board for questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Ishii and Mr. Robert. Let's bring this back for comments or questions first on this presentation for the item on both agendas. Supervisor Church.
Thank you. So when I look at some of the adjacent sanitation districts like Watsonville, I think it's $49 a month, and Salas Puentes and Freedom, as you had mentioned, are about 60. Baranda, kind of a similar community, is about 66.
Yeah.
And I realize we haven't raised our rates on this since 2007.
Yeah.
Is the reason that we are going so much higher than what is being put into similar communities because of that neglect?
That's a significant factor. There's also some unique aspects of the Pajaro County Sanitation District. The condition of the system, the need to further evaluate some industrial discharges and hold our strength of the wastewater and flow consistent. We also have quite a bit of capacity in the systems. We've recently, the HCD recently approved a large farm housing community in there, which will help offset the cost by just increased revenue from additional users. So that's another thing. Our capital costs are fixed. It's about 15% of the system, the City of Watsonville's plant capital costs, and that can only be offset by more users. So, and it's a dated system. While we've done a lot of work on it, and that's going to improve the wastewater quality. The other thing that's interesting about comparing Salas Puentes and Freedom is that their strength of their wastewater is a lot less, which then becomes sort of an operation issue on our side and a pre-treatment issue that we need to do a better job
on. Is there really any reason why rates haven't been increased? I assume they were done in Baranda to come up to 66 over the last years. And we both had these sanitation districts come before us, but I'm trying to understand why Pajaro is neglected more than Baranda.
Yeah, it's a good question. I know that just recently there's I can't explain anything from 2007 to 2017. I don't know what happened in those days. I don't know if Randy and TJ.
Unfortunately, that information, Supervisor Church, is probably lost in the midst of time. We are where we are. The county has not performed an intense Prop 218 rate structure or rate process as staff have done over these last couple of years. And so we are where we are today.
And I want to kind of confirm is that the close to 2 million in loans that were used for some infrastructure repair. A lot of this came out from damage that was done, but FEMA did not reimburse us, if I understand correctly, because it was so dilapidated.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons. Yeah. There was a large spill in 2017 that affected the surrounding agricultural interests, and there was an expensive fix and dealing with the fallout from that. So there was a loan pulled for that of about $1.8 million. And then we had another problem at a lift station at Las Lomas that under emergency had to be repaired. And we pulled a loan for that.
Thank you. And just my last question was, how many paying customers are there in that district?
About 1,750.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on this item? If not, let's go to the public. This is the same item on the Pajaro County Sanitation District and the Board of Supervisors. We'll go to any members of the public first in chambers. Seeing none, we'll go to those persons online. And we had that one member of the public.
Yes, it was phone number ending in 837. We have Christine Shaw now, but I don't see his phone number ending in 837.
Yes. Well, 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to go on the record stating my community's opposition to the proposed grossly inflated and inhumane rate increase. To suggest raising our rates to the tune of $70 more a month, less than 6 months after a catastrophic flooding event, feels like adding insult to injury. Monterey County's choice to not raise the rates for 16 years should not be our burden to bear. Monterey County's choice to defer maintenance, resulting in a sewage system that failed in 2017 to the tune of $11 million and is now not appealing to bidders, is not our burden to bear. Why, when our community is at its lowest during a time of day that most affected residents can't have their voices heard after the community outreach meetings have been shelved, are you pushing forward with a proposal that would devastate a lot of families? Stop putting the cart before the horse. Do the right thing for one of your most underserved and vulnerable communities. Hold the community outreach meetings, listen to the residents, and have some compassion for those still trying to pick up the pieces. Why the rush? Why now? This reeks of capitalizing on a disadvantaged population in an attempt to make a neglected system more appealing so you can offload it to the highest bidder. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Last call. Public comments on this item. If seeing none, we'll bring this back for the board to entertain a motion.
My office had some calls about this, and unfortunately, this is one of these cases. Like, we have several communities I know through the county like this. San Lucas is another. That's Chular. They've had infrastructure neglect, let's just say, and up here in Pajaro, and I know our current staff isn't responsible for this. They're coming in on a bad situation. But this is, particularly a bad situation, not just here on the rate increases, but the timing on this. And I can't support this kind of an increase. Partially because as a county, we've dropped the ball. We dropped the ball on this, and we can't put it on these people. I do think, what we need to look at here is going to a reasonable rate at this point, and probably coming back and reevaluate. So my motion would be to go up to something like 60 here, which is comparable. And we need to look at, at this point I think that the loans that were taken out is because we did not build up the proper amount of finances during years when we really had an opportunity. Just $15 a month over the last 10 years would have created millions and millions. So going back to the motion is to go to 60, move to forgive these loans, and then come back and reevaluate.
Okay, is there a second?
I guess and I had the benefit of spending quite a bit of time with staff in the budget committee when we were presented with 4 options. The option 4, which is what was being brought forward, was really the one that protected our Pajaro residents most. So I guess the question that I would have is, if we were going to kick the can down the road anymore, where does the additional funding come from? This proposal right here is adding $2.1 million of ARPA money, forgiving loans that are outstanding, providing an additional $700,000 annually for the next 5 years. We're looking at a general fund contribution of $5.5 million. Is your motion to say that we should increase the general fund contribution to have a slower ramp up? I guess I'm not clear what the motion is.
Sure. Well, part of it is a slower ramp up. And I just don't see how we can go from 30 to 100 or 165. Besides, I really do think if we go to 100, we're probably going to get a 218 vote on this too. So I'm trying to find some kind of compromise that goes up here within this community. And I think they'll accept to 60 at this point. And I know this doesn't help our problem down the line, but people before us didn't handle this right. And, so I'm trying to go what I think the community might accept here for the time being.
Anyone else? Supervisor Adams.
I'll second your motion.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I want to acknowledge, I hear the community's concern, and I hear your concern, Supervisor Church. And I also recognize that there's many of our deferred maintenance issues that have significant needs. Without some source of funding to, we're putting ARPA money in, we're putting general fund money in. I would need to know how we're going to pay for it before this is, I think, the best package that our county staff was able to come up with, given the financial realities that exist and the very urgent need to get some improvements made, and have a plan to do better by the residents of the community who need to have a sewer system that works and a wastewater treatment system that is reliable. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to support the staff recommendation that's here in front of us today, recognizing how challenging that is for those residents who are impacted, and also with the commitment that we will, of course, continue to go look for other resources that can offset the costs that are necessary to get this system up to par, because I think the community deserves to have infrastructure that they can rely on.
I'll let staff respond to the motion because this is $40 less per month on option number 4. So just want to hear your thoughts before we take a vote on this motion on the table.
I'll start us off. Thank you very much, Chair. And just as a reminder for the public as a whole with regards to this item, we're not talking about implementing rates right now or for this dollar figure of our scenario $400 a month. That's not happening here today. Again, we're asking for the timelines that we have proposed to be considered and approved by your board of directors, and separately the county board of supervisors themselves as the funding arm. And this will allow our consultant that time to tease out those details and to see if those rates could be brought down to what we're hearing is that projected target of $60 a month. Maybe it'll be more, maybe it'll be less. We'll continue to ask our consultant look for grant opportunities, loans such as the state's revolving fund, SRF loans, some other ways to help bolster that aside from the county's contribution from the various forms of ARPA funding or general fund contribution, or the mix and methods of the various general fund monies that could be used for this purpose. We recognize that the county's resources are limited. The needs are quite high, if not almost infinite, when it comes to public service, but this is one of those that we have and we're trying to address. And so here again, it's the schedule that we're proposing, and we'll be coming back to the subcommittee of the board, the budget committee, the full board, and have community meetings intermixed amongst all of that before it even gets brought to the board for that consideration of the rate ordinance, AKA that Prop 218 process. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know that this is not easy, but I agree with Supervisor Church that I think we need to be mindful of the timing of this, of what the communities went through, even though if we're delaying the increase till July of 2024, the beginning of the next fiscal year, it's still only shortly a year later after everything the community went through. And I think it's more strategic to have a reasonable increase now and then look at it again down the road. But in light of the circumstances and in light of the community still going through this recovery period, I think we got to be understanding, and it's tough for us because we got to find somewhere else to foot the bill, pay that expense. That's something we're going to have to deal with. But at least incrementally, this is, I think, more just than having, even in option 4, having rates triple a year after that community was devastated. So with that, I'm gonna support.
Chair,
yes,
if I may, you'll need 2 votes, one as a board and one as the.
Yes, we will do that. So that's where I'm at. So we have the motion to modify number 4, right? To instead of the 100.
It was to go to 60 and forgive the loans as the others have proposed.
Yes.
And then to reevaluate this. And I think I had a second.
So that would require us to come back at some future point to figure out how we're going to pay for the rest of it, right? And is that, you're good with that motion? Yes. Supervisor Adams?
Just to clarify, how is that different than the staff recommendation? How is the motion on the table different than what the staff recommendation
is? The $40 difference of 100 per month and now modified to 60 under the motion on the table.
But in either case, we would just be considering implementing those rates in 24-25. So we're not actually making rates. We're not setting any rates today.
Right. And it would still go through a 218 process, correct?
That is correct, Chair. And here again, our rate consultant needs to take the new information that we have just recently received to put it through that calculation process once more. And as staff is before you today, we believe that the numbers will change. It could be less than even the 100 that we're proposing now. It may stay the same. We won't know until we further analyze that new data that has just recently come to us within the last few months.
So there's a motion on the table to move it to 60, but before you go to 18, if you need to update the board, you can always come back and bring that, whatever new information you have on the agenda, correct?
That is correct, and we will be doing so.
Okay. And it's giving the green light for the 218 at a $60 rate now, but understanding that, they could come back in 2 years from now looking at whether we need to increase it again in the future. But in light of the circumstances, I think I'm comfortable with the motion.
Chair, there's a hand raised. I just want to let you know. I know you closed public comment.
We already closed public comment. Sorry. But we always open a public comment, get it out of the way, and then we close it so we don't keep going back and forth. So my apologies to that member of the public. With that, all those in favor? Well, okay, we're going to take motion first. We'll take the motion for the Pajaro County Sanitation District, and then we'll entertain a similar motion for the Board of Supervisors. So let's start with this is a motion for the Pajaro County Sanitation District. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against? Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Now on the Board of Supervisors agenda, item number 8. Hear your motion again?
The motion would be to for the fiscal year 24-25 to go to a $60 rate, forgive the loans, and reevaluate afterwards.
Is there a second by Supervisor Adams again?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we get clarity on staff from that?
Do we need to mention the ARPA funding?
And if staff may, through the chair, it may be a little soon at this point to be proposing those types of forgivenesses at this juncture. We understand that's the signaled intent, but perhaps at this point in time, again, like with the board of directors action, let staff continue with the rate consultant to produce an updated report of what the updated rates look like with all those different scenarios. Once again, brought back to you with the updated numbers. And then, again, going through the budget committee process, have the community town halls. We'd then be coming back to the board at that point in time when it's appropriate and germane.
We'll change that to an intent then.
Yeah.
in that
Okay.
way.
Good with
Yes.
the
Second
maker of the motion
stands.
and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, motion carries 5-0. We will now adjourn the Pajaro County Sanitation District. And we are back on just the Board of Supervisors. We already finished item number 8. We're going to go to item number 9 to receive. Thank you, Mr. Ishii. Thank you for your the whole team for your presentation. This is to receive a notice of adjustment of the annual salary of the members of the Board of Supervisors in accordance with the county code, consistent with the Superior Court judge salary adjustments of 0.53% effective July 1st, 2023, with implementing salary adjustments on September 9th, 2023. I don't have who's presenting on this. I don't know if it's our CEO or HR. Thank you very much, Kim.
The board. The item before you is to receive the notice of adjustment of the annual salary of the members of the Board of Supervisors. In section 2.04.370C mandates that the Board of Supervisors receive the same salary adjustment as provided to the Superior Court judges. We received notification from the Judicial Council of California and the California Department of Human Resources that the judges will be receiving a 0.53% increase. And as such, we will be implementing the same increase for the Board of Supervisors on September 9th with an effective date of July 1st of 2023. Do you have any questions?
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll go to the members of the public. Any members of the public would like to comment on this item? Item number 9. This is no action. It's only a report out.
Yes.
About 0.5%, almost a little bit over 0.5% increase.
Yes.
See none?
There's one hand raised, phone number 837, but it was from the last item.
Okay. Is it on this item? See none? Okay, then we'll close public comment on item number 9. Yes, we'll come forward. Is item number 9.
Okay, well, in light of the fact that the judges and many of the council members, a lot of them are property owners and landlords. And in light of the fact that many of the residents of Monterey County are not property owners and they pay rent, and they have to have their rent increased a lot of times 25% every year. So I don't see why judges and Board of Supervisors should get rate increases. I don't think it's fair. I think they already make a lot. I think they already get enough money off the backs of the people who live here.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else?
There's phone number ending in 837.
Let's see if it's on this item. Confirm if it's on this item. Otherwise, we'll move on.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we're on item number 9. You have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Thank you. First of all, I want to mention that during your general public comment, I did call in, and I don't know what's wrong with your system, but I wasn't allowed to speak, and I noticed there was another person who called in a later agenda item wasn't allowed to speak. But moving on to this item, I would like to I think it's very, they have a very, Board of Supervisors has a very easy thing there where they get their salary, and I think it should be tied to the average median income. So people are the people, they'll be tied to the welfare of the people. If the people do well, then they get a raise. If the people aren't doing well, then they don't. Or they, so then there's some kind of incentive instead of just simply voting yourself a raise of, of whatever amount. So I think it's important that, it's a little bit of a conflict of interest, and it should be tied to the median income in such a way, not judges' salaries, judges who are set. The rest of the people have a hard time. The rents are being increased. The prices are going up and up and up. And the Board of Supervisors has a guaranteed income increase voted in by themselves. So I would suggest going back to the drawing board and tying it into the average median income, so that you truly have an incentive to make life better for the average human person out there. Thank you very much. Brian Rosen, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Last call. Seeing none, we'll close this item. This is no vote. This is no action.
Can I
from
make
the Board of Supervisors.
one comment, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just on the rental increases? If you're aware of somebody whose rent did go up 25%, you should contact an attorney. That is against the law. The current California cap is 10%. So if it was just a point to be dramatic, I get that. But if it was real, because I've dealt with several of those in the last week, please contact an attorney. We've been able to get a lot of those reversed.
Thank you very much. Okay, no action on item number 9. We're now going to our last item on the morning agenda. This is item number 10, to receive a report from the Human Resources Department Strategic Plan from 2018 through 2021 on their accomplishments. So we're going to pass it to our HR Director, Irma Ramirez-Bao.
Well, I think it's still good morning, 5 minutes. So good morning, Chair Alejo,
Yes.
board members, our CAO, Sonia De La Rosa, and our Chief Assistant County Counsel, Susan Blitch. So on October 5th, I presented to the board, what is it shown? Is he listed as a panelist? Robert Uribe? Apologize. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Ready? Okay, so on October 5th of 2018, I presented to the Board of Supervisors Human Resources Committee on the Human Resources Department 3-year strategic plan. I now come before you to provide you with an overview of the progress made towards meeting the goals published in the plan. Our purpose of the strategic plan had 3 primary purposes. And that was to transform the Human Resource Department into a transparent, customer service-oriented organization, to foster transparency with employees and applicants alike through partnership and open communication with department heads, and to set direction and priorities of the department for the coming years. To help us accomplish the desired outcome, we identified 6 overarching department goals. And this is in no particular order. The goals are as follows: to strengthen collaborative partnerships, to update standardized policies, to ensure responsive and timely services, improve efficiencies and effectiveness of services by leveraging technology, champion succession planning and employee engagement, and encourage and support a diverse and inclusive workforce. So attaining these set goals required us to set strategic initiatives for each of our service areas in our department, which those service areas include class and compensation, employee benefits, employee and labor relations, the human resources information systems, which is HRIS, leadership and management, and then our recruitment and selection of talent. I am pleased to inform you that we have made incredible strides over the past 5 years, with a lot that we're proud of. However, due to the time constraints, I will be highlighting only a few of the achievements per each of the service areas that have contributed to the overall success of the department. So we'll start off with the class and compensation service area. Before you are 9 initiatives that were set for the sole purpose of making it possible for the county to employ and retain qualified and a diverse workforce by continuing to provide a competitive and equitable compensation system. I would like to highlight two in particular. We conducted a thorough market research resulting in the revision and the update of the county compensation philosophy. With approval of the board, we abolished 125 obsolete classifications as part of our efforts to modernize and to simplify the county classification structure. And I just want to be able to share with you that within these last years, we have studied 250 classifications in series. So we have over 800 classifications. We have literally reviewed 250 of those. Still work to be done, but happy of that accomplishment. So moving on to the employee benefits area, there were 7 initiatives to provide and improve on the county benefits program in order to attract and retain high quality and diverse workforce. I would like to highlight 3 in particular. So upon feedback from employees, we implemented the following: the legal insurance, pet insurance. We expanded on our employee assistance program, which included assistance in finding childcare, tax services, and legal services. Also, our short-term disability, which serves as an income replacement for employees. Over the last few years, we've increased the education efforts in more than 50% participation increase in our flexible spending account deferred program, as well as we've received a 15% participation increase in our deferred compensation enrollment. We've also implemented the use of our technology, such as the Open Enrollment Benefits Wizard, to improve the timing and accuracy of new employees' benefit enrollment, and also update the use of electronic signatures via platforms such as DocuSign and Adobe Pro. Now, moving on to the employee and labor relations service area, there were 11 initiatives that were created to promote the County of Monterey as a positive employer and to support a high quality workforce. There are 3 that I would like to highlight for you that are noteworthy. Our labor relations team has established positive working relationship with department representatives, which includes meeting regularly to review areas of interest and or concerns, to develop proposals, incorporating their input for our ongoing labor negotiations. The unit has also developed a process for providing support and responding to disciplinary questions in a timely manner. In collaborations with our information technology department, we have developed a case management system which facilitates performance management. So moving on to the next area, which is our human resources information system. There were 12 initiatives outlined that were identified to leverage technology to support and improve our delivery for HR services. I would like to point out 3 in particular. 1, modernize the Human Resources Department's website to serve as a tool for employees to access documents and information in addition to attracting talent in the organization. Our redesigned website now allows current employees and prospective applicants to research and access up-to-date information on available services. In June of 2019, we started using a support help desk software called ServiceNow, which now allows us to track and respond to security requests and login issues in our employee self-service system. In September of 2019, we implemented the Learning Management System, which is our LMS module. This catalog contains over 1,000 courses. Now, with our leadership and management, there were 12 initiatives aimed to promote employee development, consistency and fair practices through our policies and procedures. I would like to highlight 4. The Human Resources Department meets with the Board of Supervisors HR Committee on a regular basis to provide updates on policies, procedures, and protocols to include employee engagement survey results. We've established a monthly labor management meeting with SEIU, our largest union. We also stand ready to meet with any employee group as requested. Our administrative team has been meeting with the county administrative officer to provide reports regarding newly created and recently updated policies and procedures. We've been meeting monthly with the Employee Engagement Steering Committee to generate and discuss ideas and standardize countywide and human resources specific initiatives, including employee engagement. We've also conducted countywide recorded webinars, leveraging numerous internal subject matter experts. In addition to launching the various employee engagement surveys, we've launched countywide a 12-month coaching pilot program with Better Up, resulting with over 150 county leaders or aspiring leaders to engage in coaching services. We've launched a Public Service Week campaign to acknowledge the county workforce. And we've leveraged Customer Service Week to bring more awareness to recognize employees for their exemplary customer service. Our last area is our recruitment and selection of talent. There were 14 initiatives that were identified, and so today I would like to highlight 5. We have worked very closely with the Civil Rights Office to jointly develop a process for reviewing recruitment materials to include creating written guidelines for all key elements of a recruitment process, in addition to jointly creating a talent acquisition database. We started marketing our recruitment flyers on social media platforms such as LinkedIn, Facebook, and Twitter. We've increased and strengthened outreach partnerships with campus career centers, colleges, universities, and trade schools. We've implemented an online reference checking system to expedite our reference checks. And lastly, we've been proactively promoting our intern opportunities within the county. So in conclusion, the Human Resource Department has made significant progress. As I prepare to retire, it is a source of great pride and fulfillment to know that I did my part to ensure I left the department in a better place when I first joined it. I am grateful for the opportunities to have met and work with so many talented people. Our collective progress is a testament of dedicated HR professionals who stand ready to continue to do their absolute best. Although we are pleased with the progress we've made this far, we understand there's still work to be done. The Human Resources Department is determined to continue improving on processes. I am confident that the HR team will remain committed to providing prompt, courteous, and quality customer service to the employees and to all those that we serve. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. First of all, Director Ramirez Bao, I, as a chair and as a member of the former member of the HR committee, I wanted to say that from when you took role to now several years later, I could attest that we've seen some dramatic improvements, and you and all the team, right? Because being a good leader in your department means having other really good, brilliant minds in your office that are committed to this work, that bring you ideas. And I really enjoyed always seeing you give leadership opportunities from your team to be able to talk about the areas that they were working on, and it was always very impressive, always very professional. And your office, probably more than any, is critical to addressing a lot of the issues, not only the hiring, but a lot of the issues that come once people join our county family. And we always want our county family to wake up every morning looking forward to coming to work. And that's where having a good work environment really means trainings and all these other things that we need to keep doing year after year to have a really welcoming work environment that our employees look forward to coming to. So I really want to just say thank you. There's a lot of accomplishments here. You do a lot of work that the public doesn't get to see every day, but it makes the biggest difference in just being a good and responsible employer where people want to have a lifelong career with us. So here we are in the last few weeks of you going into another chapter in your life. And I know we will honor you at one of our meetings in September, but I want to just take my hat off to you and just say, we really appreciate you and your team's professionalism and really making strides. And as you acknowledge, we all got some more work to do. But I think you're leaving your team in good hands, passing the baton to them to be able to finish the other items that still need to be worked on, as this work is always ongoing, as we always constantly get new employees in our county ranks. So with that, I'll open it up for other questions or comments from my colleagues. Supervisor Adams.
Irma, thank you so much for your years of service, from the time that I started. You were just so supportive and so incredibly helpful, not just to me, but to my staff, a bunch of newbies. You were so terrific. I just value everything that you have put forward, both in a professional and in a personal way. And I too look forward to celebrating you as a more formal setting. But just going through your accomplishments is really impressive. And I'm very thankful that you were able to put this together. You've raised a great team around you. And I know from my own personal experiences in life, you're as good as the people around you. And you certainly have done a great job that way. So thank you for your years of service to the people of Monterey County. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, thank you. I don't even know where to begin. But I think this report and many of these sort of updates along the way, we've had the opportunity to see as part of the HR committee. But the leadership that you've brought to HR, to the county, I just don't think it can be understated, Irma. The way in which you've committed to innovation, the way in which you've committed to building a team that is as invested, is more invested in the work that you're doing than we've ever seen, that I've ever seen in my experience with the county, is pretty incredible. The way that you stepped up to help navigate the HR side of managing through COVID was, I think, unlike anything I could have even expected. And I have pretty high expectations. So you have even higher expectations for our county and for your staff and for the kinds of human resources service delivery that we collectively provide to all of our county residents and our county employees, county family. So I'm huge shoes to fill. I think the fact that you even had a strategic plan with so many of the outcomes achieved is a testament to like the organization, the clarity of purpose, the ability to say this is where we're going, and like we're all going to be able to either say nope, we're going to change it a little bit, but just even to have that kind of clarity in front of us, I have been so deeply, deeply grateful. So thank you for these this final presentation, but really thank you for leaving the county in such a better position than it was when you walked into that office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then we'll go to our colleagues on this side. Supervisor Church.
Yeah, I want to thank you too, Irma. I can't say I've worked with you for years. I've obviously only been in here for, 8 months here or so. But, when I took this job, they don't train you for it. They just throw you into the pit, and then you see what happens. And one of the people that reached out early on, I talked to, was you and your staff, and really grateful for that. That was helpful on understanding a part of the county government that I didn't have to worry about. There's plenty of others to worry about. You made it smooth and made a transition easy. I would have to say that. You've always been available when I had questions, and I'm just, I and my staff are really grateful for everything that you've done, and you really wish you in the future here some real good times and happiness.
Thank you. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
We're here on a presentation today, so it's awkward, but I'm going to say on the presentation, no questions as usual. Amazingly well done. As I think about what we celebrate and what we should celebrate as an organization, it's success and strong leadership. And having watched you change roles, but always bring that excellence to every single role that you filled as a member of the county family, it's extremely difficult to say goodbye. I know that I want to do it early though, because you guys know I don't just like to celebrate once. It's about a road tour as we did with Sandra, and there's nobody more deserving of such a tour than you, Irma. And so I think the entire county family should be proud of what you've helped us accomplish, what you've pulled off with your team. You guys have done an incredible job. And I do believe in a thing called performance punishment, meaning when you're good at something, you raise that bar of expectation in the amount of work that comes to your table. The amount of work on your table as an entire team has grown because of your success. And so that performance punishment is real. Thank you for putting up with it and for continuing to overcome and succeed for every single, not just employee of Monterey County, but for every single resident. By raising that bar, you have raised the the expectations of service from every county employee. So I want to just say thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Some words from Marcia.
So in the spirit of continuing the celebration as you do with your staff, I do want to thank you as well. I think one of the things that's exemplary about the work that you've done is the people that you have in your office and their willingness to work with any county department. I think as we move forward and collaborate, I think you have developed a staff that has the bones to be able to do very, very great things. So that is something to be proud of and to take with you. And you have extremely large shoes to fill, but I think your staff will be able to step up and take the baton and carry it forward. So I thank you and look forward to, again, celebrating you in what will be almost a month. So
We'll go to members of the public to make any comments on this presentation by the Human Resources Department's accomplishments. I don't see anybody coming forward in chambers, anybody online. Then we'll close public comments on this item. Irma, this is your mic drop moment here. Thank you for giving us a summary.
Yeah.
But last things I forgot to mention was just thank you and your team for another big issue is just keeping labor peace, right?
Yes.
And all my 7 years that I've been here, that's becomes a more challenging thing to do as times get tougher. But for the last 7 years, it's been nice to try to keep the peace among all our rank and file. Also, thank you for formalizing the internship programs. We're talking about the future of Monterey County, bringing in young people who live and were raised here in Monterey County. They're the best people to get into our ranks. And you formalize internship programs for different departments. You came talk to our young supervisors. Letting our young people know they have a future with good careers here in our county. And I think just to end, you left our county in a better place, your department in a better place. So thank you very much for that. And we look forward to your numerous celebrations in September. So with that, any last words?
No, I just want to say thank you for the comments and held back the tears, but I'm leaving my family. It was so hard when I made the decision because the county is my family, but yet my family is ready for me to retire. But I will be seeing you. I do want to be able to volunteer in various different commissions. So I'm still have a lot of passion. But again, thank you. Thank you for the wonderful comments that you made today. And I know that my team is so I'm to just take it to the next level. Every single member of my team is absolutely phenomenal. And I'm only as good as them. And, you surround yourself with good, competent people. And I have nothing but wonderful things to say about my team members. So I am going to miss them terribly. So I said to them, you can call me anytime you have an issue or somebody to mentor, to coach. I am here for you, but I'm here for anyone who wants to reach out. But it's not goodbye. It's just, I'll be seeing you around. So thank you.
Let's give a round of applause, everybody. For all the HR team, good job, good work. Keep it going. We're going to recess now for lunch. We're going to go back into closed session. We'll be back at 1:30. Thank you very much.
Looking for the mic check.
Podium mic check, podium mic.
Good.
Staff mic 16, staff mic 16.
Good.
Mic check 17, 18, 15.
Good.
Supervisor Church, mic check, Supervisor Church, mic check.
Good.
Mic 4, check, mic 4.
Good.
Mic 5, check, mic 5.
Good.
Mic 7, check, mic 7.
Good.
Mic 9, check, mic 9.
Good.
Mic 10, check, mic 10.
Good.
Mic 12, check, mic 12.
Good.
Clerk's mic.
Good.
Wireless mic check, wireless mic check.
Good. Thank you.
Facebook reset?
Yep.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, we're running a few minutes behind. It is past 1:30, so we're going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present with Supervisor Root Askew joining us shortly.
Thank you, and we'll go to our Spanish Interpreter Services announcement by Diego Celis.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés e inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor hablar lenta y suficientemente claramente para que yo le pueda escuchar. Por favor, hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Diego. Now we're going to go to item number 11. Our first scheduled item to receive a presentation from the National Development Council and the CVL Economics on the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy Annual Update. And we have Mr. Vaughn to lead us off. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Alejo, Board of Supervisors, CAO De La Rosa, Richard Vaughn, Economic Development Manager from Monterey County. And today we have a quick presentation for you as quickly as possible. The SEDS is a fairly large document and the county has undergone an annual update. And at the request of the board, we wanted to go ahead and bring this before you all. This was presented to the Economic Development Committee recently and adopted and passed, and then brought to the board and was passed by the board to go on to federal EDA. And so this annual update is conducted each year of the 5-year plan that was previously presented and approved by the board back in 2021. And we have Uday Ram online. Valerie? And today we have Uday Ram, founding partner of Civil Economics, and Melissa Lafayette, Field Director of National Development Council, for a presentation and for questions.
Thank you very much. We welcome them and look forward to the presentation.
Great. I'm just going to wait for Melissa to kick us off. Melissa, are you there? If Melissa's having technical issues, I can go ahead and get started. Richard, it's up to you.
Yeah, and if she could raise her hand, maybe that will help the clerk see her. She is on the Zoom.
There she is.
Can you hear me? It just transitioned to being a panelist.
Great.
Okay.
You're ready.
Awesome.
You're ready to go.
Hi, everyone. I'm Melissa Lafayette. I've met many of you, and I'm with the National Development Council. I'm here with Uday Ram from Civil Economics, and we have been working over the past 6 months or so on the annual update to the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. We've had conversations with many of you related to that. We're here to present an overview of that annual update. I'll keep my intro super short. We've already kind of gone over what it says with all of you through our phone conversations. So maybe just jump ahead to the timeline so I can give a quick recap of our process. Awesome. Thank you. The annual update, most of the work took part during the first 6 months of this year. We started in February and March with updates to the quantitative analysis, which was looking at a lot of the data from the initial 5-year SEDS and adding some new indicators to really try to understand the impacts, in particular of COVID-19 on Monterey County. We then followed that with stakeholder interviews that included many of you on the Board of Supervisors, as well as members of the Economic Development Committee, city representatives, and other experts and stakeholders in the region. And then we followed that with 4 focus groups where we brought together experts to discuss 4 key areas of importance, which included technology and innovation, agriculture, workforce development, and tourism and hospitality. And we presented 2 updates to the Economic Development Committee formally throughout the process, one midway through and then another at the end to present our findings, similar to what we're presenting to you today. You can go to the next slide, Uday. Awesome. You can see here the different sections of the final report, which includes the summary of economic conditions, some specific analyses into target sectors, along with spotlights in 2 key areas. And then we have a list of projects that we received from the various cities in the county, and some county projects to include, as well as a list of everyone that we reached out to that participated in the process. Next slide. Awesome. Uday, I'll hand it to you now to go through the meat of the findings from the annual update.
Absolutely. And my apologies ahead of time if we go a little bit fast. We've got a lot to get through, and I will hope that you have some questions at the end. So if there's anything that you do want to discuss further, I'm happy to do so. But as Melissa said, we did the initial SEDS during the pandemic, but due to data lags, we only had data from before the pandemic. So the main purpose of this update was to kind of give the story of the pandemic in Monterey County. So despite having several dozens of indicators in the first SEDS, we chose to just focus on a few that would give us a more representative picture of what was happening in 2021, 2022. So with that in mind, we'll just jump right in. So the big story when it comes to population in Monterey County is that the pandemic indeed had a big impact. As you can see, between 2019 and 2022, we did see a drop in the population of about 1.5%. And that doesn't seem like a lot, but we actually look at the numbers, we see net migration being about 7,000 residents. So that was a pretty significant loss in terms of both just general families as well as working age population. That has a bit of a starker impact when we look at who is still in Monterey right now. As you can see on the right, we're seeing a huge spike in an aging population, which is a double-edged sword. So we're seeing a lot of people who are moving to Monterey who may have disposable income, but at the same time, given their age, we're seeing a bit of a drain on healthcare resources, which we'll get to in a bit. At the same time, we're seeing a decrease in the youth pipeline, which means as we start building out the economy in years to come, there are going to be fewer local residents to kind of move into those jobs and replace existing workers. So there's some pretty significant implications for that. And I think aside from a fairly small population decrease on the top line, it's having some significant effects when you look at the actual demographics and the issues we're looking at. Why are people leaving? I think we all kind of know one reason for this. Housing is incredibly expensive in Monterey, as it is in most of California. We see on the right, housing prices having been increasing at a much higher clip than median household income. We saw prices decrease at the median level a little bit following a spike in 2021, but as we all know, prices remain very high, and that's a huge driver for outmigration right now. When we look at the county overall, we'll see that compared to the state, it looks like we should have more housing that for people than actually is available. What we're seeing is higher vacancy rates along the coast in wealthier areas of the county, which would be attributed to a lot of second homes, a lot of short-term rentals. When we look at areas more inland and in the Salinas in particular, vacancy rates are very low. And a lot of that has to do with the fact we don't have a lot of multifamily housing in Monterey compared to the rest of the state. And then if we look at that bottom figure to on the left there, that 58%, that shows the rent burden. So among renters, about 58% of households are spending more than 35% of their annual income on housing costs. So I'm not telling you that you don't know, but this is as much an economic development issue as any other material that we'll be discussing shortly. The good news is Monterey has not been hurting as much as some of the neighboring counties like San Luis Obispo and Santa Cruz. Even though employment didn't recover as quickly as the state overall, California being the yellow dotted line, Monterey being that teal line, it's still doing fairly well compared to most of the Central Coast. Hardest hit sectors, this will not strike anyone as a surprise: food services and accommodation, other services, which includes barbers, dry cleaners, nail salons. These were areas that were severely impacted by the pandemic. So we saw the greatest job losses there. The most resilient sectors, we were just talking about housing, so real estate, finance and insurance, all did fairly well and were able to weather the storm much better. From an occupational level, it's also fairly intuitive. We were talking about food service not doing very well, so food prep and service-related occupations were severely hit. And then we also look at obviously administrative support occupations. These are office jobs. These are in commercial districts, which were closed down during the pandemic and then also slow to recover as we've got more remote work happening right now. So those account for the lion's share of the job losses occupation-wise. As far as the pandemic's effect on healthcare, there was immense demand for healthcare. So we saw gains both for healthcare support as well as direct healthcare practitioners in the last few years. We see a little tension between consumer spending and small business revenue. During the pandemic, we spent a lot online for a lot of goods that may not have been available during the time, and that trend continued even through inflation. With inflation decreasing in recent months, we're seeing that spending still at high levels, if not at the same levels during 2021, 2022. Sadly, this hasn't had a good effect on local businesses, which are still struggling as late as 2022. By February, about 2 months into the pandemic, overall revenues for Monterey small businesses were down 41%, and we saw closures that were about 20% lower, or accounted for 20% job losses and small business losses over that same time period. So what was actually happening in the target sectors that we're interested in? In Monterey, that means agriculture, tourism, hospitality, and healthcare. In agriculture, employment was fairly stable, all things considered. Wages increased, but probably the slowest rate among the 3 target sectors, with median annual wages being around, average annual wages being around $43,000, $44,000. We saw, in terms of growth, some of the smaller sectors within agriculture experienced some growth, manufacturing, processing, animal production. But wine production and wine jobs in general dropped during the pandemic by 22%. And we're probably seeing that tick up upwards a little bit right now as tourism gets going. But as of 2021, that was the most impacted industry within the agricultural sector. I won't go into too much detail on these numbers, but for those of you that know the implications of direct, indirect, and induced impacts, direct spending is how much is happening within the agricultural sector itself. So we had labor income among all agriculture employees amount to about $4.5 billion and about $1 billion in tax revenue. Indirect spending and impacts, that is the impact the agricultural sector has on upstream and downstream sectors along the supply chain. And then induced spending is what those in the agricultural sector spend locally. So if you are working on a farm and you're spending money at the grocery store, that is induced spending, and those impacts are reflected here. But overall, if we look at agriculture's impact on Monterey County overall, there's about $8.6 billion of a contribution to the county gross regional product. The challenges in agriculture didn't change that much between the past SEDS and this year one update. So we're seeing a lot of consolidation. We're seeing a lot of firms either being eaten up by larger firms or farms, or actually just moving to cheaper areas of production, mostly to Mexico and other states. A lot of this is also due to a fairly strong regulatory environment, and this gives a tension between what we're doing to the environment versus what we're doing in industry. There are no good answers here, but a lot of the state level regulations are having adverse impacts on the ability of the agriculture to maintain high levels of productivity. And then water management, which probably falls outside the mandate of the EDA, that is perennially an issue, and we've been seeing that play out in numerous ways over the last few months. Much like the other 2 sectors, we are seeing a desire for an increase in workforce investment. One case that came up was the fact that there are a lot of firms out of state that would like to bring processing to Monterey, but there's a lack of a local workforce to be able to sustain that. So if we look at food science, we look at being able to draw people into agriculture. That's been a very difficult lift, and more needs to be done to be able to both incentivize younger workers to come into the field, as well as to ensure they have the skills to be able to survive, and to also help the agriculture industry evolve as demand evolves as well. Related to the regulatory environment, we are also looking for ways to be able to create a more favorable business environment. It's not just regulation, but it's also zoning, building workforce housing, and providing other incentives to move just beyond like crop production and processing, but also into other ways of being able to use agricultural lands and practices to further bolster the overall economy. And then there were numerous ideas among the Economic Development Committee as well as other stakeholders to look at cross-sector pollination. So how do we look to the tourism industry and to other industries to integrate what agriculture is doing, maybe creating more tourism opportunities in one country, to create more infrastructure like restaurants, like hotel and lodging in areas where there could be more tourism activity, but there isn't because of the lack of infrastructure. If we look to tourism and hospitality, this was one of the hardest hit sectors overall in the county. We saw a drop of about a quarter of all jobs during the pandemic. Things are back on the rise now, travel's back up. And we're also seeing it reflected in wages. I mean, we saw the greatest wage growth among all the sectors in during the pandemic, which is a little deceptive. I think we also saw a lot of lower wage workers either let go or choose not to return to the sector. So a lot of the wage growth might be masking other factors. So we're seeing people who actually might be higher wage workers staying in the field, whereas lower wage workers are not returning. Overall, we see a pretty dismal picture when it comes to just the recovery. Accommodations, again, hotels, inns, they've seen the slowest recovery as of 2021. But surprisingly, performing arts, speculative sports, I mean, Monterey has a very vibrant arts culture that's been more resilient, and that should likely be a huge driver as the overall tourism sector recovers in the next few months and years. The overall contribution to the Monterey economy is a little less than agriculture, looking at maybe 1.7 billion overall, but still a sizable contributor to fiscal revenues and an overall key sector by most standards. Challenges, when we look at a lot of these initiatives that came out of the pandemic and from ARPA funds, save the stages, that had a meaningful impact in many communities. I think Monterey in particular, a lot of stakeholders were saying that we should be investing in more outdoor arts and culture venues to provide some relief for some of these other venues that didn't have much of a chance to operate during the pandemic. And I think, especially this year, we saw the impact of environmental hazards and being able to create a bit more resilience, both in financial terms as well as in physical terms, to be able to support some of the ongoing arts and culture activity. There were some novel ideas to be able to capitalize on what's happening in the tech sectors, to leverage exhibition spaces, conferences, to bring business travelers from around the world to Monterey to showcase what's been going on here, and using that to help prop up some areas of the tourism economy that are not neglected, but could also have a lot more potential to be used for the business traveler. We saw a bit of disparity between spending in the coast versus inland and in South County. So again, spending some increased attention to what is going on in South County, what kind of infrastructure would help bolster some of that tourism activity down there. And being a little bit more pragmatic about how we look at the distribution of opportunities and spending overall. When we look at healthcare and social services, much like agriculture, employment was very stable. But unlike agriculture, wages increased, and I think we can account that towards the need to retain as many workers as possible during the pandemic, as well as to ensure that we have the services available to that aging population I mentioned before. So wages did take a huge jump following the pandemic. Not surprisingly, hospitals did very well, if that's the right word to use. There was a lot of demand, and we saw a rise in social assistance jobs, as we'll see when it comes to some of the challenges. Mental health was definitely a key priority, but there wasn't enough supply there to meet that demand. So even though we saw an increase in jobs, I think there's still an outlay of talent that needs to be accommodated. Finally, for reasons that are not clear, we saw ambulatory health care services, outpatient centers, laboratories go down, which could also be because they were non-priority areas during the pandemic. This is a huge contributor to the overall economy. For a non-traded sector, that's very significant, accommodating about 1.5 billion in labor income and contributing almost $400 million in tax revenue. We talked about some of these challenges earlier on. One we didn't touch on was the burden that's placed a lot on small practitioners and small providers, ranging from Medi-Cal to just the increasing costs of service. A lot of small providers are being priced out, and there probably needs to be a little bit more support from the county and other avenues to ensure that these providers play a crucial role, especially in the community clinic area, that they receive the support they need. We discussed some of the need for behavioral health services, and we want to ensure that just like in agriculture, we have a sustainable pipeline of talent. There are programs that are very healthy in Monterey County when it comes to training nurses and providing healthcare support. But the supply of talent is still low compared to demand, and we need to be able to start recruiting and retaining a lot more of that talent moving forward. We had two spotlight sections, as Melissa mentioned. One was focused on tech and innovation, and a huge shout out to Josh Metz for being at the forefront at a lot of this. We applied for that tech hub grant from EDA, and a lot of that was to help create this critical mass of companies that we don't quite have yet in Monterey to be able to, I guess, constitute a very robust tech hub. A lot of that's happening with UCSC and BEST right now, but I think we need to create more of an ecosystem for technology, both in Marina as well as further inland in South Monterey, that has a lot more, again, of this sectoral cross-pollination. And can do more to keep opportunities here. We heard one story from Bari where a lot of research is nurtured here, but when it comes to implementing it, it goes to other more established tech hubs across the country, whether it's Seattle or in Florida. So there is a need to give companies a bit more incentive to either relocate here, stay here, and hire here. With Joby, we've got the whole manufacturing plant issue at hand, but should Joby continue to do what it's doing, we have a strong potential to create this very robust aerospace technology sector along the corridor of the Central Valley. And a lot of that work's already happening, but we could do more, especially through EDA, to start getting that ramped up and a bit more competitive than it is right now. Finally, we looked at workforce development. A lot of the factors we discussed before, like high housing costs, labor shortages, skills gap misalignments, those are all continuing to be factors in terms of making sure that we have the right workforce for the next generation of jobs. But what we can do is create a lot more of a robust workforce development ecosystem, whether it means having colleges and workforce development training providers, employers, and other industry representatives just meet more often to share information, ensure that curricula is more aligned with industry needs. There's a lot of programming that we can focus on in the coming years to ensure that we have the workforce that we need for future prosperity. I know that went a bit long, but with that, I'd like to turn it over to Richard.
Thank you very much. And so myself, Civil Economics, and the NDC team are here for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's very much needed for the public to see some of these trends and what the ups and downs of different sectors within our county. I want to bring this back to our board. If they have any comments, we want to start with Supervisor Adams.
I really want to tell you how much I appreciate this presentation. It was really clear and concise and gave us a good idea. not just on where we stand with our challenges, but some hope for the future, what it is that we can do by showing all of the different sort of priorities for us to look for. So I think, Richard, we have in a certain sense our marching orders for the future for the Economic Development Department. So I just very much appreciate it. It really very well done.
Thank you. Anyone else? Supervisor Lopez.
I just want to express thanks for the clear line drawn between the needs of agriculture as an industry, as our largest industry, and specifically their demand for housing, knowing where we need to get as we're going to be required over the next really 15 years to triple the amount of food we produce on the same acreage we have in this country. We're going to play a pivotal role in that. And there is a delicate balance that has to be struck, but without the housing, technology is not there yet. I appreciate all the focus on ag tech, but even they, as we've seen recently, can't get there if the housing isn't here. And if the people aren't here to do the work here, we end up in a vacuum at the end, and we're not the desirable place to end up. And so I appreciate that very clear line drawn between the two, as well as the acknowledgement of the importance of that industry to our communities. And also, like Supervisor Adams, appreciate the hopeful note that we ended on in the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other supervisors? We'll go to public comments from the public. I don't see anybody in chambers. Anybody online on this presentation? Any comments? Bring this back. I would just say that I think I appreciate the report. I appreciate all your leadership as our economic development director. I think in county government, this is such a critical area because we get a lot of demands for services and different needs and new program requests. But if we're not growing our economic base, bringing in more revenues to the county, bringing in more jobs and growth and opportunities, then we're missing a big part of what we need to be providing to our residents. But with that, as your presentation shows, it is tied in with other factors that employers are looking, housing in particular for their workforce, training opportunities to transition a workforce into perhaps new cutting edge jobs. And it's important for our public to understand that when we have projects that come before us and we make decisions, if we're not welcoming to get being part of a solution on housing, then it has a ripple effect into other opportunities that come to our county. And most recently, with the highly publicized news of a relatively new employer exporting perhaps over 1,800 jobs to Ohio or to North Carolina. I was very passionate about that news because I see it as a big loss to our workforce, to our county. A lot of taxes, a lot of potential prosperity, new jobs, better jobs for our workforce. It's a big loss for our county. And yes, they might have other opportunities to expand somewhat in their footprint that they already have here. But it is when we lose 1,800 jobs, it's a big blow. And those opportunities don't come very often, especially a number that large. And so I just want to express, my disappointment in that because for me, it's an example, but we're not privy to all the factors they took into account. But I know the housing one was. We were also competing with other states that are putting a lot more on the table. I know the state of Ohio is getting federal subsidies to attract new employers. There's a presidential election going on. So sometimes these other states are key states and they get Congress gives them funding that they're not providing the state of California to be able to attract new jobs to those states. So that's all I wanted to say on this. I know you're doing a good job, but I think we need to look at the comprehensive picture of all the different factors that really make a difference in bringing new opportunities to our county and these types of and these, like I said, these opportunities don't come around that often. But thank you to everyone who put this report together. It's an important tool for us to utilize as we make decisions in the future. If there's yes, Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, just in response to the comments about the opportunity for us to invest in aerospace and aviation, engineering, and research and development, I just want to be really clear that the work that's been done, the groundwork that's been laid, I don't think was done in vain. It was definitely done to develop and build on a strong relationship that I expect will continue into the future. Joby has, to be clear, Joby remains in Marina with hundreds of full-time, excellent benefited jobs. Joby is hiring currently in Marina and will continue to work in partnership with the county. I think our commitment is clear. And I think the work that we have ahead of us, you win some, you lose some along the way, but the commitment that we've laid out about the future that we want to build, having the county work in partnership with our cities, both to address housing needs, to address education for K-12 so that we're an attractive place for families to move, to take jobs. I think we have made that commitment very explicit, and I do have hope and faith that it will continue, that the growth that we hope for will continue. Those opportunities will continue to present themselves, and we're well prepared to do what we can to when it's the right opportunity for everyone involved to make those things happen. And in regards to the report, I oftentimes will reference back to the data. I think some of my colleagues talk about data-based decisions. It's really helpful to see where we have opportunities for economic development and where we're looking at investing in additional growth for economic development and jobs that pay our employees well, that provide them opportunities for growth in their career and to be able to take care of their families. So this is always insightful. And I took a bunch of notes as we were talking. There are two things that stood out to me. Business travelers spend 1.5 times more money than leisure travelers. I wouldn't have expected that. So interesting. And then the other one that I think, we talk a lot about affordable housing, but if you look at this data, it really is, we've got 70% of homeowners who are living in affordable housing and 40% of our renters living in affordable housing. And that difference is huge. I mean, it's a different way of looking at that data that was presented, but just definitely something to realize. We do have a lot of affordable housing out there. It's just that it's through homeownership that allowed that the cost differential to be reduced. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? See none? All right. Thank you for the presentation. Very much appreciated. I think that was only a presentation only, so if not, you needed on this item. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to item number 12. This is to review the noise control regulations. I receive a report on the implementation of the noise control regs in the county code and to consider modifications suggested by the civil grand jury and provide direction to staff. And presenting this, we have Mr. Craig Spencer. Always fun topics.
And they're fantastic presentations. I'm beginning to think it's on purpose, but it is inspiring. And Richard and I are developing a close relationship and hope to tackle some of those issues. So on the noise regulations, I'm Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development, and I'm here to present a review of the noise regulations. This came out of some direction from the board regarding the civil grand jury report, which is a good segue into some of the background. In 2021, this board, and a slightly different makeup, submitted a referral for HCD to prepare ordinances that strengthen the noise regulations in the county code, primarily related to nighttime noise. And HCD did come back with some draft regulations that were the topics of discussions at several different board meetings. There was some refinement done, and on June 21st, the board adopted the noise regulations that are currently in place, and I'll go over those briefly. In July of this year, the board considered a report from the civil grand jury on noise ordinance, sleepless in Monterey County, and directed staff to return for a review of the noise regulations, which had been part of the discussions earlier on, and that is what we're here to do today. The current noise regulations, as they were amended in 2022, prohibit noise in excess of 85 decibels any time of the day. It is focused primarily on nighttime noise, however, which is from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. And it does not allow unreasonable noise that is plainly audible at a place 50 feet from the source. That could also be measured over time at 45 decibels weighted on the A-weight scale, or a single noise measurement at 65 decibels. And again, that's all measured from the source, 50 feet from the source of the noise. There are a couple of exceptions in the noise regulations for bells, chimes related to religious institutions, permitted concert venues, and things of that sort. The enforcement of the noise regulations as they've been amended, HCD code compliance staff working together with the sheriff does enforce the noise ordinance. Right now, the enforcement includes providing a warning within a 24-hour period. If after a warning is provided, we go back out and verify the noise is continuing, then we would issue the first violation. Every hour that it continues is a new violation. And once that first violation has been issued over a 12-month period, the second and third and subsequent violations become more expensive. There is a hotline staffed by Housing and Community Development until 11 p.m. That was increased as part of our review of the civil grand jury report from 10 p.m. previously, Fridays and Saturdays. And the sheriff does respond after 11 p.m. and on Sundays. And we're also available during the weekdays and normal business hours, as well as the sheriff. There are 2 code compliance officers assigned to work weekends currently. That is up again as a result of the recommendations of the civil grand jury from 1 code compliance officer. So we have been enforcing the noise ordinance over the course of approximately a year. In my conversations with our staff and code compliance officers, the verbal warnings are often effective. Verbal warnings lead to most people, not all, complying with the warning and turning down or turning off the source of the noise. There are some exceptions to that. And there are some that essentially are gaming the system a little bit. So when they have, now that some are aware that they get a warning within a 24-hour period, they can essentially on a daily basis allow noise to be created and comply with the warning and avoid fines. There are a number of known repeat offenders, and that is typically associated with unpermitted events. And I would like to mention that as part of the 21-22 review of the noise ordinance, there was some direction provided to address unruly gatherings. That was kind of put on hold while the noise regulations themselves move forward. And it hasn't come back at this point. The other thing that we're seeing is there are many complaints filed during the day when the 85 decibel levels, which is essentially a level that begins to physically impact your hearing, that's the standard that applies. So often there isn't a violation there because of the level of the noise during the daytime hours. Moving on to the civil grand jury recommendations that were considered by the board in July of this year. There were a number of recommendations, findings and recommendations from the civil grand jury. The recommendations, a lot of them focused on increasing enforcement efforts, extending the hours for the hotline, patrolling areas of known events, increasing awareness to the public, which we are working on. And there was one recommendation that would essentially be a modification to the noise regulations as they exist, which was to impose stricter fines for repeat offenders. The response given was that needed a little more study, and we are studying that or considering that, and that would be part of what we're here to get direction on today. In addition to our experience and the civil grand jury recommendations and findings, we've had a number of public comments regarding our noise regulations. In general, there's the comments mostly include that the sense that noise is impacting people in their homes or on their properties in a negative way, both during the day and nighttime hours. And so many of the suggestions were to decrease the decibel levels during the daytime hours to something less than 85 decibels, to increase enforcement efforts and fines if need be, and to change the way in which we measure or consider the violations. Essentially, as I mentioned, we measure noise 50 feet from the source. It's not always possible to be 50 feet from the source in different properties and different circumstances, but the general provisions that preclude unreasonable sound that can be plainly audible are often what is used in our code in the enforcement portion. I did want to include a graphic here about the 2010 general plan safety element and what our general plan describes as being acceptable or not acceptable noise levels. There is a range based on land use types. For most residential land use types, normally acceptable or conditionally acceptable noise ranges from 55 decibels up to potentially 70. And then the darker bars on that graph are the normally unacceptable and unacceptable decibel levels in those particular areas. Thank you to Supervisor Church's staff for providing some information. That there was some research done about other counties and jurisdictions throughout the state and whether or not they have noise regulations. Many of them don't, as you'll see on the bars on the right. But for those that do, most of them have decibel levels during daytime hours that are less than the county currently has. Some as low as 50. The closest, highest one would be 75. And again, many don't have noise regulations. For nighttime noise, we are much closer to other counties in the area at 65 decibels. And there are some that are louder and some that are quieter, but we're closer in alignment with other jurisdictions on the nighttime noise regulations. In responding to this referral, we did have a couple of things that we would include as other considerations and for the board in providing some direction. The amendments to the noise regulations may have some impacts to our staffing resource abilities through our limited code compliance staff. Whatever the direction is, we will evaluate that and come back to the board. But if we were to have more enforcement required during daytime hours, for instance, we may need some more resources to do that enforcement at a lower decibel level. The other consideration is the priority for which we would move forward if the board were to move forward with noise regulations. We did come earlier this year with a long-range work program where we tried to prioritize some of our work. I've listed a long list of the top priority things, which we are still focused on and moving forward. So those were the other considerations in providing some direction on the noise regulations today. And we are here to provide this report to you, for you to accept this report and to receive direction from the board. I've tried to outline a number of the things that I've gone over, including the 24-hour warning period, unruly gatherings and events, which could be a whole separate ordinance related or unrelated to noise, daytime noise decibel levels, the increased fines and how to deal with repeat offenders, and the way in which we measure noise, whether or not we should increase the distance from the source or some other way, including measuring at the property line or perceived property line, and any other direction the board may have. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Spencer, one important point that when this last came up before the full Board of Supervisors, when we approved the 2 code enforcement officers was to get some data after the first year of how that program worked, how many calls, how many citations, how many complaints did it actually result in resolving the issue, right? Having the music be turned off. Can you give us some summary of how has it worked since the program started? Because has it been a year or several months? If you could provide some information on that.
Yeah, thank you. It's been about a year, and I have only the high level summary to provide. I have Josh Bowling here on the line. I'm hoping he could provide some more detailed information about the actual number of complaints and the resolution of those. But in general, what I'm hearing is there's been a high level of success in the warnings, achieving compliance at night by 9 p.m. or shortly thereafter, but not always. But it is, for the most part, fairly successful. People want to avoid the fines. And once you get into that first $500 fine, you then have the 12-month period where the fines get progressively worse.
Right.
Josh, if you're there, perhaps you can help answer the question about number of violations, complaints, and things of that sort.
Good afternoon, Joshua Bowling, Chief of Building Services. Good afternoon, Chair Alejo, Board of Supervisors. So in speaking with the code compliance staff on a typical Saturday evening when they're monitoring the noise hotline and responding, they're typically receiving 10 to 15 phone calls that they're trying to respond to. They do monitor the noise. When the noise hotline isn't active to go directly to a staff person on Friday or Saturday evening, that does go to a voicemail that then they do monitor the rest of the week and either respond to calls, call the customer back, but they do retrieve those messages regularly during the week. Since we've opened the noise hotline and started moving forward on the enforcement, there's been approximately 40 to 50 NOVs that have been issued that has been successful. Again, as Craig stated, and to reiterate, the majority of people seem to understand once we are out on the site and explain the noise ordinance that at 9 o'clock, the music, needs to come down to a reasonable level, which would be, 50 feet from the noise producing device. But that does, up until 9 o'clock, there's loud music going on. And then we have a handful of customers. I think there's about roughly six that are repeat offenders that seem to understand that they can receive a complaint and then within another 24 hours, the next day. So if you have a noise complaint on Friday that we respond to, Sunday, they can have loud noise again and just get another warning. And so those are the numbers I have offhand for you at this time.
Great. No, I appreciate at least getting some sense because that is a new tool that we didn't have previously, and I want to make sure that it's having the deterrent effect, that the staff are responding to complaints, and that most of them are compliant after the 9 o'clock cutoff. And I think this situation about these other 6 repeat offenders deserves a different analysis, and trying to game the rules so they could continue to have violations. I think that needs to be addressed, and perhaps that 24-hour period change is merited at this point in time to address that problem. But I'll pass this to Supervisor Church.
Thank you, Chris. So the chart you put up there from the research that my staff did, the one thing that we found really stood out there was the 85 decibels. Was by far and away the highest, loudest amount of any county in the state. I think there are 13 counties that don't have, out of the 58 that don't have anything, but the other 45 do. It was 85. The next lowest was 75. To give some kind of scope, you go up 10 decibels, you are 10 times louder. And that to me is where we seem to be really way out of whack with the rest of the state in terms of being able to address the noise issue. It's a little less at the nighttime level, although a normal conversation is, from what I understand, about 55 to 65 decibels, and some counties have it lower than that. As one of the problems I know out in North County on this is, as Mr. Spencer pointed out, is we're measuring from the source, or however means that we're measuring this. With the way a lot of canyons are, a sound gets funneled in funny ways. You can sometimes not hear something right nearby, and then a little bit distance away can be a whole lot louder. So that's something which I think needs to be addressed there too, as you've pointed out. But I'm going to say the rest of my comments here till after the rest of the board has any comment, or the public.
Thank you.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Just to shore up what you had just said, Supervisor Church, about the noise levels, having been at Laguna Seca frequently, when you're right down at the track area, it's loud. But if you go up on at the top of the hills, it is unbearably loud. So I can appreciate what you're saying. I did have a couple of questions. Josh, I want you to know I do not envy you your position, because it is really a challenging one. I was just wondering, because of the phone calls that we get and the concerns that people have, do you have any specific examples of residents that were breaking the noise ordinance, and then examples of how we have enforced it? And I'm asking this because we hear from residents who've called the hotline and there's no enforcement response.
So and that might be a different question for Sheriff Nieto, but on my end, when my staff receives a complaint through the hotline, especially if it's after 9 o'clock, and if an event or a party is already in full swing, they're advised not to make entry, but to document from a safe distance, because they're not sworn officers, right? So their job is from a public right of way where they can be safely document that the sound is too loud, and they can look and determine that it's over 50 feet. And then when they come back to the office, since it's Friday or Saturday, come Monday or Tuesday, they write a notice of violation and send it out in the mail. So on our end, it is not going to stop the noise of the event that day. The property owner gets notified the following week that they have a violation on the property.
And then do we follow up once you've mailed out a notice of violation or whatever? Do we follow up with those?
So within our letter, it provides a phone number and a contact of the officer that's assigned to the case. And so it's for the customer to follow up with us to go over any questions they have related to the NOV. If we receive no follow-up on the NOV, the fees are not paid, the cost recovery time is not paid, then at some point in the future, which could be a couple months, we would set that case for an administrative hearing and go in front of a hearing officer to get a judgment.
Do you have many of those? Are there many administrative hearings?
We have administrative hearings every month. We haven't set any for the noise ordinance recently. We're kind of gathering a handful of them to take some all forward at one time.
Great. And then you said the 6 regular offenders. Are those like the big special events, the corporate, the profit-making parties, essentially?
I would say not big corporate events or properties like that. I would say it's private properties that are renting their parcel for smaller, what we call a special event. It could be for a quinceañera. They rented their property to somebody to have a birthday party or a wedding, but not what I would consider a big corporation. It's just a private party.
That's exactly what I meant. You understood it better than my words did explain it. So with those events, are they, in addition to and I think NOV must be noise ordinance violation. So are they issued that? And then also, are we checking to see whether or not they've got a permit for the event? Do they have permits for the tents? How does all of that work?
We absolutely do that on all of the property. So the NOV stands for notice of violation, which would be for any type of violation. And so when we research the property, when we look, does it have a permit for special events if it's determined they're doing a special event? But we also, while we're there, address any tents without permits that are over a certain size, that have utilities, that don't meet setbacks, and also if they're using portable toilets or open flame. So any violation that's on the property related to the event or the noise, we will address in the notice of violation.
Great. So that's how we get the fines that are purportedly levied.
Yes.
Okay. So I think because we have a number of these in both Carmel Valley, Pebble Beach, Big Sur, and then also many in parts of the second district, I think Supervisor Church and I will put our heads together and come up with some sort of a referral where we might be able to take a deep dive, as you had indicated before, into the but the noise ordinance and then some of the fines fees that go along, not just with that, but just taking a look at all of the fines and the fees surrounding these kind of issues. So more to MTF on that one. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else before we take it to the public? Okay, we'll go to public. We'll start with those in chambers and then we'll go to those online. So we'll start, anybody in chamber, just come on up and we'll give you up to 2 minutes. And for those on Zoom, please raise your hand so you will be recognized when we get to you. Because once we close public comment, then we're not going to reopen that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for having this meeting. My name is Ruben Sanchez. I live in the northern part of Monterey County, this Supervisors Church's area. And I lived there for about 31 years. And I can tell you that we have several neighbors that played with live bands and amplified music. And it just drives us nuts because I live in an area where it's a canyon. And so the music is really amplified and it feels like they're actually playing in my living room. And there are times when the people have started playing on Saturday morning at 10 a.m. in the morning. And they don't stop until 10:30 at night. And so, yeah, we call the sheriff and the sheriff comes around and they're very gracious because I'm probably one of the people that calls them the most. But the people that are playing with these live bands, they know that they have until 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock and the sheriff shows up and they tell the people to stop and they do stop. But as soon as they leave, boom, they start all over again. And so my main issue is that, I can't sleep, even though I'm already retired, but I can't sleep when the music is played so loud. And I've asked the sheriff, when they take the decibel measurements, whatever it is, if it's 85 or less, I have asked him, why don't you come to my house and listen to the music? Because it may meet the standard, 50 feet from where you are, but in my house, it sounds like I have the band in my house. And so, and I do understand that I think that probably all of the neighbors are probably having this as a business. And if they want to have a business, that area is not for business. There's the Granges that are available, the Aromas Grange, and then the Royal Oaks Grange. If they want to have these kinds of parties, this kind of live music, there's venues where they can have this. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next person in chambers.
Okay, I want to comment about this because I used to imagine what it would be like with noise pollution. But since I moved to Salinas, I've experienced on a daily basis or a nightly basis, actually. My neighbors who live above me have some kind of a machine that makes it sound like an airplane motor. And it sounds like the airplane, imagine it's taking off and it's accelerating. And then that goes on for 5 or 10 minutes. And then it stops very abruptly. And then it's silent for 5 or 10 minutes. And then it goes back on. And that pattern goes on pretty much 24/7. And at night when they're doing that noise, they don't want to hear it, I guess. So they turn on the television anyway, for me, I can't sleep. I have sleep deprivation because of it. And my managers just say, we can't, and they have a right to do that. So there's nothing we can do about it. So, and also the machine gives off some kind of water from the balcony, which causes black mold on my balcony. So I get mold spores coming in my window as well. So, I mean, it's just some of my other neighbors, when they just talk about the noise aspect, and they're not even as close as I am to it. They say it sounds like a war zone. So I don't know how you deal with it. It's kind of a micro kind of example than the music in the canyons, but
Thank you.
it's still a problem.
Thank you. Next person, please.
First, somebody told. So thank you so much for the board and for the rest of the county authorities to be taking this problem seriously. It's been a real issue and it's been getting worse. This goes to the issue of metrics to look at, because I do want to acknowledge the work that Wendy has been doing in order to try to deal with this. And two things can be true at the same time, which is that their work is paying dividends, and at the same time, the problem is getting worse at the same time, right? So the intervention is not lowering the levels that we experience every day. So I wanted to share with the board, imagine two scenarios, right? It's hot. We had our heat wave here in Prudendale. You cannot open the window because one neighbor has decided that it's okay to turn on the radio at 7 or 8 in the morning and then leave it on until 6 p.m. It's the day. It doesn't exceed 85 decibels, right? But it's there. You'll understand the lyrics. It's in the background. You have absolutely no sense of privacy in your property. You cannot open the windows of your house without listening or feeling violated with experience in your property. Now imagine the other scenario, right? You cannot put your 6-month-old girl to bed because the subwoofer signals from a party somewhere in the canyon that you cannot even exactly point out where it's coming from have been keeping her awake multiple times during the night. That happened to me many times with my child at night, right? So those are different scenarios, daytime and nighttime, that we unfortunately have been having to deal with for a long time. And I know that a lot of discussion is on the decibel level, and this is the loud part. And Monterey County, as I heard today, has a very extreme. I was Googling as I was looking at my iPad. 85 decibels is the noise that we have on an airport, right? That's the background noise of jet engines as you're walking through the tarmac. But the other part is unreasonable, right? And which is what is reasonable to have a high level of noise every day, day or night. And the ordinance, I think, should consider that component too. So thank you so much for taking this seriously and for the interventions that already are taking place, and they're making some difference. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Go to our next person. Anybody else in the chambers? Seeing none, then we're going to go to those on Zoom.
Genevieve.
Hello, this is Genevieve. I'm from the Monterey County area. I live up in northern Monterey, so this is a conversation that I understand. Especially, I understand the concerns of having that private space. I understand the concern of making sure that your child gets a nice restful nap during the day, and of course having a nice restful sleep overnight. But I do understand. I was also looking up at the decibel levels, and I did notice that the city traffic level is around 85. A bird's chirp is around 65. So I understand that the decibels are usually a nice way to target volume. But like our supervisors mentioned, a couple of them mentioned that the same environment can amplify or disable the noise or lower the noise. So that's something that we should consider, especially if you're living in apartments or when you have less than 100 feet from your neighbors, noise is going to travel no matter what. So I feel like 50 feet isn't really real or playable or logical to place. I understand, and during the day hours, you have kids running around, they're playing outside. Is that noise also? Are you going to call the noise department and complain that there's kids outside with their scooters, with their skates? We want them to be outside. We want them to enjoy the outdoors. So now that their parents are going to be concerned that they're going to be called because during the day they're making too much noise for other people's kids to nap, that's another concern. I understand the parties, I understand expanding your resources, but there is other options like permits and facilities that are open past 9 a.m., 9 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Go to the next person.
Stab.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. My main thing that I just want to say is that we're not talking about children running around screaming or playing. We're not talking about people that are using yard equipment. We're talking about people that are blasting music at high levels that don't exceed 85 decibels, but the bass travels for miles. Many of us are experiencing the bass pounding through our house, sometimes even rattling our windows, starting from early morning until late in the evening. We call the sheriffs, they won't come out and do anything. And they specifically say the noise ordinance allows until after 9 p.m. Call back after 9 p.m. They won't do anything. So the moral of it is it's clear that the daytime levels are not appropriate. The levels exceed any reasonable situation for long periods of time. It's not like it's a kid that's screaming for 1 minute and then it's over with, or someone that's nailing a hammer or using a hammer and nailing something. It is about music that's repetitive, that's pounding and going through your house or through your yard for hours on end, which is actually torture and an environmental hazard. So please take that into consideration, that it's not just nighttime that this happens, it's daytime too. And we all deserve to be able to have right for peace in our homes and to be able to enjoy everything and have our kids be able to go to sleep at night without having to beg for your help. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next person.
Just the sheriff has her hand up now.
We'll go to Sheriff Tina Nieto. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, board. I'd like you to consider when you look at the charts, and I don't know if you guys can bring that up, but when we do look at those charts on other jurisdictions, we're actually above the average for most of them. There's 58 counties in the state. And so on the one at the 85 decibels, we are the highest decibel. I want to reiterate that. Looking at the chart, unspecified means that those counties didn't answer. There was 11, and then there was only 13 counties that didn't have this type of noise ordinance. But I don't know if the question was asked, do they have a public nuisance ordinance? Because some jurisdictions use that to control noise. So I got to tell you, at 85 decibels, that is, if you listen to 85 decibels for over 8 hours, you'll get hearing damage. And so the hours, you could run 85 decibels longer than 8 hours. And you could Google that, you can look at it. The World Health Organization actually recommends 70 decibels. And then for children, it's even lower. So there is science behind the very loud noise. 85 decibels is equivalent to a food blender if you look at the science. And as somebody said, it's also in airports, but that's when you hear the jets in the background. So my recommendation would be to lower it, whatever that lower number is. I would look at the science to make a decision on what's best for our county. Looking at the other chart, for the nighttime, we're still at the high end if you look at the numbers of the 38 counties. And again, some may have nuisance orders, and if they're not applicable, and then again, there's 11 that didn't say what their things were. They couldn't find the data, whatever that means. But looking at that, we're at number 33 out of the 58 counties, which puts us above the medium still on the high end for even the daytime hours. But it may be we made that decision based on because we're more rural. I don't know, but we have to remember whatever we decide as a county, that we have to think about other areas that might be more congested, because I'm going to guess that and this is an educated guess, that the lower decibels are probably areas that are more urban or suburban or urban areas. I would like to see from code enforcement, because I did get this chart late, so I don't know if I didn't open my emails or it was sent to me late, but I would like to see the numbers, because I heard a lot of anecdotal information. And I always say, and you guys hold me to it, so what did the numbers actually say? Because we're collecting data from when code goes out, we're collecting, I guess, some data when we get phone numbers, but what does that data really mean if we're not looking at it, evidence-based to figure out what are our goals and how we're going to bring those numbers down. So I'd like to see how we're doing that data, and I believe that code needs to work with the sheriff's office to make sure that we're collecting data in much the same way, so you guys as a board can make better decisions about the noise ordinance. One, I would recommend that the warning period, that you don't have a hard and fast warning period. We should give people a warning, but then they shouldn't have 24 hours. It should be, look, we're going to come in and give you a warning. And then an hour later, if you have to go back, then you write them a citation. Right. And if you're collecting the data, you can show that you're not being biased and you're not unfairly applying the law if there's data behind it. So I got to tell you, I totally disagree with this. We have to wait 24 hours until we can cite somebody. That doesn't stop it. And anecdotally, again, because I just heard, well, this works. But what does that mean? This works. I'd like to see the numbers to say, does it work? Doesn't it work? The other question, I have a question for code enforcement. That 12-hour month, is that a rolling period or is that a calendar year, or how are they deciding what the 12 hours or the 12-month period is before you go to citation number 2, 3, 4, etc. I recommend that it's a rolling 12 months, but then that would be a little bit harder because of how you have to track the addresses. But again, that's my recommendation. And everybody uses the argument, I need more bodies, I need more bodies. Laws change all the time for law enforcement, and nobody ever gives me extra bodies, and we just kind of try to figure it out the best we can with the resources we have. So I think that's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But I think a 24-hour issue and coming an hour later is not the problem. It's because they could give them the increased fine within 24 hours. It's when they come the next day after the 24 hours that then it starts anew, and then they give them a warning again, and rather than giving them the second level of a fine on the second day. So it's a different issue. To what was explained. Okay, and anyone else on Zoom? Okay, anyone in chambers? Last call. Okay, we'll bring this back now. We'll close public comment on this item and we'll go to supervisors first who haven't spoken. Supervisor Lopez and
so just a question today. What are you looking for from us? Is this a report or is this?
This is a report, and any direction the board may have on amending the noise regulations and coming back, and the priority of that as well would be helpful.
So things remain quiet in my district on this, but hearing the public input, I think I'd be comfortable at 70. And in terms of the notification, that 24-hour piece going to 72 hours, which would cover an entire weekend, a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, makes a lot of sense to me. So personally, those are pieces where I'd like to see some changes made. Not looking for drastic overhaul, but I think those are fair.
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone who took the time to contact our office. We do have people regularly calling to let us know how things are going. And then we received quite a few emails this round. So we did take a chance to review all of that. I think the desperation that I hear from the folks that are reaching out to our office is clear. I hear that. I can only assume that there are others who don't take the time to write or don't know who to write to. And the theme that I continue to hear, and that I think I hear from the anecdotal responses that are coming in is that generally there's an issue of, again, unpermitted paid parties with amplified music, and that we're talking about noise, but on some level we're talking about unpermitted events that are continuous. And that seems to be sort of the issue. And then the sheriff mentioned public nuisance. So we're having a conversation about noise ordinance, but I still kind of get the sense that like what we really need to be talking about, what we should be talking about is unpermitted events and public nuisance issues. But having said that, I think the noise ordinance is sort of where we're going to have this conversation. So I would be supportive of modifying the 24-hour waiting period. I think that doesn't allow us to actually follow up with folks in a way that seems like it's not working the way we wanted it to. So whether that's a 72-hour or a full month, I think, if people are going to game the system, like we have to build the rules so that you can't game the system. So I also don't want to be punitive, for folks that really wouldn't. If you're not having an unpermitted paid party, I think that's a very different scenario. But if we're going to deal with this through noise ordinance, I would be more inclined to go with something like a month than 72 hours, just so that we have the sheriff's office and our code enforcement actually have, the opportunity to hold people accountable. And then in terms of the decibel level, I don't know. It seems like 85 on a one-off, maybe too high, or on an ongoing basis, maybe too high. I don't know if looking at the other chart that showed the community noise exposure, maybe 70 is something reasonable. I don't know how to address the fact that what maybe 70 at a certain distance from the source of the noise could end up being a higher decibel level at a farther distance away because of the way the canyons work. I don't quite know how to address that, or how anyone would manage to control that. So I'm not sure how to get at that, but maybe if we reduce the total amount at the distance from the source of noise, that would help. And then let's see here. I'm just make sure I covered all my notes. And again, I remain interested in, having a conversation about, code enforcement for unauthorized events and what kind of public nuisance regulations we do have in place that are reasonable and fair, that would allow the sheriff to engage, even if someone may not be technically violating the noise ordinance, but there's clearly a public nuisance that's happening. So those may be separate conversations. But I'm interested in, if that's what we're going to have to do to address the concerns of the community, I'm open to that conversation as well.
Supervisor Adams or Church?
Well,
I think you were on first.
I'll go on there a little bit there. I want to address the sheriff's comments a little bit on that study. The 13 counties that did not have this any noise ordinance are almost, I think they are entirely in the northern part. We're talking about Modoc, Siskiyou, counties like this. The 11 that were unspecified are ones that didn't use decibel numbers. They might have been using a nuisance ordinance, for example, as the sheriff was referring to. Just onto there. Address a couple of things. I know one thing here was in the report, but Mr. Spencer didn't quite raise in terms of dealing with the daytime problem, is wanting something laid out clearly on what the exceptions would be on the daytime. I think that was one of your directions. And I think focusing on amplification is what we're really looking at here. I know that's in the definitions of the ordinance, not necessarily to the body, but I'm hoping that would help focus upon that, what we're really concerned with here. I was looking at like a 65 or 70 decibels. See two people talking about 70 decibels for the day. I'm fine with that. I don't think 72 hours is enough time, partially because we don't have staff or code enforcement out there 72 hours during that weekend. There's still going to be people that can game that. Under Sheriff Boyd had mentioned to me that King City actually has a warning period of about 120 days. And, I think we got to go out something like that. So that's, where my general direction is onto there. I do think that we need to lower that a little bit at nighttime at 65. If you're going to lower it down the day, it needs to be down a little bit. But in terms of one of the other things that was interesting, and when we study these counties, is a big chunk of the counties are measuring 50 or 100 feet or 150 feet from the source. But a lot of them are actually measuring from the source property line, which I know has been a problem for code enforcement to a lot of times you can't get in that close to a place. So I would, there are also some counties that are also measuring from the receiving property line. So I would, like to, I think this is something we need to look into, is using the property line or the perceived property line. And also we have to take in consideration of the receiving property as well, because this would address a lot of the canyons and the way the noise travels in some unusual ways. So what I would put forth is a motion then that would be on the 70 decibel. I'd like to see 120 days. If there's support for that, maybe in dropping the nighttime down to something lower, maybe 60 or something there, and as well of moving the measuring location to the property line, and also looking at the receiving property line, which understanding it could even have to be lower for that point if it's depending on the distance out of there. And let me see if there was one other part on here or not. I think it was just the focus on the amplified noise as the daytime concern primarily.
Can I ask a follow-up question to those comments, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So scientifically, we're hearing that it sounds louder further away, but I don't think that scientifically that's true.
Okay.
And so I just want to be clear when we're talking about where we're measuring from, 50 feet away in most instances would be louder than at a property line. Only because I get what folks are saying. I have the same effect at my house. I'm standing outside. I cannot find the source looking around, but there is a baseline somewhere and it rattles my windows, right? Whoever it is, they're great because at 10 o'clock they shut off. And so we're mostly okay, right? But I know that at source, it would be louder than it would be at my house. So I'm just trying to clarify.
Yeah, and that would be a case, although there is some funneling that goes into impact into there. Mr. Sanchez, who was in here earlier, he lives over a canyon and down a ways from me, and I know what he's hearing up into there. I can go to one place on my property and I can hear it pretty loud. I can go another place and I can't hear it. So there's a certain funneling.
Sound just bounces.
The way it bounces around and echoing around. I think Mr. Nieto out in the audience who spoke earlier has a similar problem with some noise that comes up.
But scientifically, wouldn't it still be louder at the source?
Well, it would be louder at the source. That is probably, it's true, but we can't always get to that 50 feet. I know that's a problem that code enforcement has had. So
every noise study I've read, and I completely understand the concept, but so the noise studies aren't aligning with my knowledge of what actually happens with noise. But every noise study I've read is that noise attenuates over distance is the concept that's generally included in that. But it definitely can echo and bounce and sound louder in some areas than others. So I don't know if that helped or not, but
go to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. But I was thinking, I hear what both of you are saying. And to me, if it were possible to be measured from the person who is calling to complain from that person's home, because 50 feet from the property line, I mean, that could be, some of the houses are pretty set back. I would think that you wanted, where you were saying, I think, Glenn, the person who is making the call, who is receiving the sound, it should be measured from that point, not from that person's property line. But from that point, I think would make the most sense.
Yeah, but then it wouldn't approach the threshold. You get that it's going to be loudest closest to the source. So it should be measured from as close as we can get to the source, whether that's their property line, but saying that it's from the reporting party doesn't make sense because it's going to be quieter from wherever the reporting party is.
Well, then maybe we should be looking at the other jurisdictions, like 9 counties. The most frequently used decibel is 55. So maybe we should be looking at it to make it something that would work in that way.
If I could, kind of work this into a motion, and what I don't know if I really got
Good luck with this.
got this really quite addressed onto there, but want to the move that in the daytime you look at that, the amplification is the primary focus, which I think was a concern from HCD of what to focus on, is that we extend to 120 days. At the property line, go to 70 daytime, 60 nighttime. And because I think we have to gather some science out of this, is that we also look at, those are the source property lines I was referring to, that we look at the receiving property line, which I think is going to take a little more research on finding exactly what that level is. But if you're getting 65, we've got to deal with this echoing and this funneling somehow. And I realize the 70 and the 60 isn't necessarily going to apply for that, but I think we need to look in, as Supervisor Lopez was referring to, a little bit of the science onto that. I just want to open that up as a possibility, as you are, Supervisor Adams, of looking at where, not just the source where we're coming from, but the receiving end.
Yeah, I have no idea
Supervisor,
how you
go
would
ahead.
do that.
Anything else, Supervisor Adams?
Thank you very much for asking for if there were. Yes, I wanted to also bring up just the whole fine issue and ensure that when we do the referral for fines, that we take into account the fines that we're providing here to make sure that fines and fees are in line with the crime. So that's it.
Thank you very
So
much.
given where we are,
Let me speak, my brother. Yeah, but I first want to comment. The areas I can agree and the areas I cannot agree. Obviously, the 24-hour period, I'm in agreement and modifying that portion of the ordinance. On the changing of the decibels, I think there seems to be some area we could move, but I am concerned because here in this ordinance and the complaints on the public feedback we get, obviously it's almost all the people who are bothered by noise. Who we don't hear are the everyday hardworking other hardworking people, because the people who are complaining are hardworking as well, but people who obviously are many times are working during the day, they can't attend these meetings. And I've said this before in all our previous hearings, I'm not saying anything new, which is we have a very hard working class community throughout Monterey County. They work hard all day, all week. And as we all know, special occasions do arise in people's everyday lives. And they're going to want to, there's those that want complete quiet, but then there's those who want to celebrate a birthday or Mother's Day or another important day in their lives. And that is often accompanied by barbecues and music, whether it's a small speaker system or something louder. It might be a live band like a mariachi, which is usually around 75 decibels, right? And so when you make these kind of hard and fast rules, these numbers, it doesn't always equal to what people do in their everyday lives, right? And so you lower a decibel to a certain level, then we're banning anybody ever have a mariachi or having a DJ, even though it might be one time during the year where they're having this kind of event, right? I think for me, it's always a separate category for those repeat offenders, which I'm not very understanding of, because they do these events repeatedly despite complaints and concerns from their neighbors, versus those who once a year or twice a year, they're trying do something special for their kid or their mother or their spouse, what have you. And that's where I think in these regulations, we're trying to find a balance here, not to be punitive to the hardworking people of our county, and not just to hear those that are that have issues or concerns or complaints. Those are obviously important too, but we also have to look at the rest of the population that actually has important days that they want to celebrate as well on their home, and they shouldn't just be forced to say, if you have the money to rent a hall, then do it in a hall, or else you can never have these types of celebrations. I think all of us, if you have kids, if you have a family, if you have loved ones, we all had those moments in our lives where we want to get together with family and friends and have a good time, and certainly with limitations to not over interfere and with the lives of our neighbors. I know it well. I always say this because I'm half a mile from the rodeo grounds. I moved before, after the rodeo grounds were there. So every July, every concert, I'm half a mile away. For me, I enjoy my neighborhood. I enjoy the liveliness. My neighbors have celebrations and parties with amplified music. I know what they're celebrating their child's birthday. My neighbor was celebrating the wife's birthday the other day. I know I moved into a neighborhood where I know my neighbors want to have important things that they want to celebrate. I also recognize that they get up every morning. My neighbor gets up at 4 a.m, to go to work. And so that's all I'm trying to say. In this conversation, we always try to put numbers to everything and hard and fast rules where they might not work for everybody. You might hear a complaint from one person, but that doesn't mean it's going to address the issues in King City, right? And it may be different. That's all I'm trying to say, is trying to have some common sense in these rules, where then we're not banning certain things that we know our families love to enjoy on special occasions. So I know, and I also want to recognize that we did change the time cutoff from 10 p.m. to 9 p.m. That seems to be in alignment with most other counties and even cities within Monterey County. And each time this comes forward, we keep getting complaints, sometimes by the same small group of people, and we want to keep changing and changing and changing to be more restrictive and restrictive. But at some point, we're going to get the concerns from our other residents that too, saying, "Hey, I'm getting fined because I had a mariachi on Mother's Day," and I got complaints from the neighbor. But so I want to be open-minded to making some refinements here, but I didn't want to just bring in the other perspectives, which are true for thousands of other people throughout unincorporated Monterey County. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I think we've thrown about a bunch of numbers, and I agree with my colleagues. We don't have a ton of agreement on where to go at this point in terms of where we want those figures to land. So I didn't hear a second to the motion. My request was there a second to that? She gave comments, but I didn't hear a second. Was there? Yeah, I don't think she did. So I would ask that perhaps we just provide direction to staff to bring it back with options, given all the different issues we raised today, to give us perhaps an opportunity then to carve a path forward and hopefully address those questions about attenuation over distance, a recommendation on where to measure from, but bring us back those options in a structured way so that we can make the fine tuning pieces. And I think I haven't been moved off my personal feeling of 72 hours and 70 as the number. But yeah, I don't know that we're going to come to complete agreement today. I think bringing those options back to us, that would be a good next step, and I'd make that as a motion.
Second to that substitute motion, that new motion, because there wasn't a second to the prior one.
I'm happy to second that.
Okay. There's a motion, a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Supervisor Church.
Oh, yeah, I just I do think we have some agreement here on 70 decibels. You and I, we've talked about, we have disagreement on the time. We have agreement on the decibels. I don't know what Supervisor Adams' position is on it there, but what I understand, we have a disagreement on the time. You're suggesting 72 hours. I'm suggesting 120 days, I should say. Yes. And what the other issue laying out there is, where do we measure this from, which is a problem. And I think we got to look at things from a property line of the source, or as I was trying to do is look at also where we consider some ideas of from the receiving property line, but there's some unclarity on that. I understand. So I'm not quite clear what direction we're given HCD totally from your motion without being something more specific at this point. I do think we have to have some specificity.
Yeah, so I've heard a number of things that I actually think we can work with and come back with some options. I've heard some general agreement on a couple of things, some potential exceptions and heavier fines for repeat offenders, some unruly gathering event kind of considerations, the period for which the warning is valid. We don't have an exact number agreement there, but we'll bring something forward that we think is a good number, and then we can debate it at the next meeting. So I think we have a lot to work with, and I think some direction that we can move forward with and come back for a better discussion.
So you're picking up the general direction of, say, 70 decibels at this point?
Yeah,
that's correct. Okay.
Pending motion.
Yeah. Just one other comment for
Yes,
discussion.
please.
Could we also, when this comes back, get just a summary of how many calls have come in, when and where they've come in, what the responses have been, both from the sheriff as well as for code enforcement response to noise, just all that data in front of us. And could we make sure that the sheriff is sort of consulted in what you're pulling together so that maybe there's some support there? Any of the concerns that she brought up today can be wrapped into what you're bringing forward. I do hear, we're not totally aligned, but I hear like there's going to be support to figure out how to craft something that we can continue taking feedback. I think the commitment is like, we're committed to figuring this out. And so just to the public, like we hear you, and I know it feels like, okay, it's agendized again, but I think it is important that we make sure we've got 3 votes or 5 votes to do something that's going to be respectful and sort of build on where we're at, with the commitment that we're going to continue working on it. So.
Okay. See no further discussion. Then a motion and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Thank you for the public for your participation on this. And we'll bring this back in the future. We're going to item number 13 now. This is on a status report on the housing at Kent's Court in Pajaro, and numerous fiscal items that are needed to be approved along with this. And we have Darby Marshall and Craig Spencer to lead this one off.
Just a second to
no problem.
Wake up.
You get a nice regular item on the agenda. Or can we go to CAO comments while you set up your presentation, and we'll come back to you? You need a couple of minutes? You're good?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm ready. Can't join the meeting?
I've got it.
Okay. Do you have the one I just sent? Yeah, you do.
Okay.
Okay, so good afternoon, Chair Alejo, members of the board, Darby Marshall, Housing Program Manager. I'm here today to give you a brief update on the modernization and restoration efforts at Kent's Court. This picture that you see here, this is Unit 1. There's a before and an after on the outside. One thing that this unit had that we were totally unaware of until we went to modernize it was that window that you see there. One of them was broken, and the tenant had never bothered to tell us, and we hadn't known about it. So I'm not sure when it broke since the last inspection last year, but we've now fixed that. And you can see the units have been cleaned up quite a bit. That one has actually been repainted and is on the interior. Actually, that one is just about ready to be reoccupied once we get the site ready. Next slide, please. Okay. So today we're here asking you to receive a report on Kent's Court. We're asking for you to authorize the auditor controller to increase our appropriations in Fund 175 by $1.4 million using fund balance, and that will cover the modernization efforts at Kent's Court. We are asking for an appropriations of $500,000 from general fund contingencies to fund an additional month of relocation expenses. And then a couple of actions that will solidify that transfer. Next slide, please. So Kent's Court, the relocation benefits that we are paying, they started July 29th. We expect them to be fully moved back in by October 15th. There are a couple of options that the displaced tenants have had. One is a friends and family stipend where they're giving us an amount that's roughly half of what the hotel would have cost us to provide to a family member or friends to help defray the costs of their temporary housing. The other one is we're putting them up in a hotel, which unfortunately doesn't have kitchens. So we're also providing a per diem payment for those households. We also professionally packed, moved, and stored all of their personal property for the duration of this. One thing that I do want to point out, the relocation benefits were triggered not by the flood, but by the county's modernization efforts at Kent's Court. So once those are done, technically the county could stop paying, but the units will still not be ready to occupy because we're still trying to deal with the flood restoration project. We have looked at a couple of ways of doing this. Back in February, when we started, this was going to be a 3-month project to get these units modernized. Because we had everybody out and we were waiting on insurance, and so we had free run of the site, we were able to actually get the work done in about 5 weeks. So it has saved us money. The other alternative that we had looked at was phasing tenants so that they would move out for 4 to 5 weeks at a time. But with the flood, we decided to try to get everybody back in as soon as possible and keep them in rather than get them in and then have to move them out at some point over the next 6 months as we did the modernization. We just felt that that was probably the kinder thing to do to folks that had already been displaced. Next slide, please. So Kent's Court's really been a juggling act. We have several things going on. One, in the immediate aftermath of the flood, we had the remediation phase where we scraped up all the sludge and the mud and top 3 or 4 inches of soil. We had to strip out all the skirting, all the HVAC that was damaged. Kind of concurrent with that, as we got going, we started the restoration planning process. And we already had a pretty good handle on what the modernization project was going to look like. So we were able to get some of that going. The remediation work was complete June 6th, and we submitted our initial restoration plan to insurance on June 23rd. We've had several meetings, 4 to be exact, with the insurance company, and we have pretty much agreed on what they're going to pay for. And it is site restoration as it was, without all of the things that would be required for new development. So they're not going to pay for landscaping at this time. So that will be something that we have to come back to the board for, because that's something that you've expressed an interest in seeing done. We're also working with them on what extent they're going to pay for the fence replacement, repair replacement versus what the insurance company has deemed pre-existing conditions that we're going to be responsible for. But other than that, we're restoring the site as it was with compacted gravel. We're going to slurry seal the fire lane and restripe it. We've done everything we can to try and speed this along. We've had multiple work crews on. So, for example, this week we have exterior painting going on one side of the property, and we have HVAC crews underneath the units on the other side of the property so that the work can happen concurrently. We're also going to be doing that as we get the civil engineering, the gravel and the compaction going, if the HVAC work is still ongoing. And then at the end, what we're hoping to do is start the civil engineering at the south side of at the south end of the project, so that as units at that end become available for occupancy, we can reintroduce the tenants there, and they're not going to be in the construction zone so that it's safe. Our primary concern all along has been to make sure that this site is safe for everybody who has to be on it during the project. Next slide. So what we have left is the civil engineering that's necessary to restore the site. Replacing the stairs, we just got the mock-up of them today. They're very nice. And rebuilding the fences. We expect all of that work will be done by September 30th. And then we believe that the modernization project will be done by September 7th. And at that point, the interior of the units is now ready and has completed the county's modernization project. And then beginning on the first weekend in October, we're going to be doing new tenant walkthroughs. Essentially, because we have put all this effort into the units, we're going to walk the tenants through and do a unit inspection like you would as if they were brand new tenants to any rental property, so that they understand what they're getting and the condition that we hope that it comes back to us in. And then beginning that first Monday in October, the movers will begin delivering personal property, and they believe that that can happen at the rate of 2 to 3 units per day. And that may shift up to sometime in the last week of September, depending on how that civil engineering work is going and making sure that everybody can be on site safely. So next slide, please. So again, I just wanted to give you an update. And then we do need that appropriations authority for our fund balance so that we can pay for the modernization. And then the $500,000 in contingency funding so that we can continue to pay relocation benefits for the displaced tenants for the duration of the flood restoration work. And I'm available for questions. We also have Thomas Montoya, who is the Public Works, Parks, and Facilities Project Manager online if you have specific questions about the project.
Thank you very much. And just a quick question, Mr. Marshall, before we move on. What's the time frame for all the work to get done? Have we sped it up any more? So, because I know we do have some families that tenants that were living there that want to come back, but they're staying in a hotel room right now.
Yeah.
And I know that news would be important for them.
So, and last week I did update them all, and our goal is that everybody will be home no later than October 15th. Again, it depends on, some of them will be in sooner, and we're doing everything we can to expedite things. You know, one of the things that we had issues with was our initial contractor for the restoration said it was going to be a 6-week project to just do the HVAC stuff. We found a new contractor who could mobilize more crews, get them out there faster, get the work done quicker. So we have really tried to move this along as fast as we could.
That's awesome news, because on the original timeline, it was going to be many more months, and this is much quicker. So that's really great news for the tenants and for the project, and certainly down the road to deal with the aesthetics, the landscaping. Initially, I know people initially be dealt with later. I know the more immediate was people want to come back home and be able to have that security of a place to live, and then those other issues we could deal with later. Supervisor Church.
I think it's first. Yeah, I don't have any too many questions. This project.
Well, here, I'll go then.
Oh, okay. Well, I do want to
go first because he has Pajaro.
I appreciate the forethought there. I'm glad to see this is moving ahead, and we're looking at October 15th. It's been a difficult, kind of long process. I know we have still a lot of things to work out on it, but I appreciate all your work and everybody's work in the county on addressing this need.
All right, Supervisor Adams.
Why, thank you. I just had 2 quick, basic questions. How many units are there?
We have 19, 18 of them are rented, and 1 is used as a manager unit, so that there is an actual on-site manager who handles tenant concerns, and her husband provides some limited on-site maintenance.
Great. Okay. And then are all of the people who were there returning?
Yes. As far as I know, all 18 have expressed a desire to return.
And are most of them for single family, but like
Yeah,
duplexes
so
sort of thing?
All 19 units are single family. There is some overcrowding out there, unfortunately. And my plan is that as one unit becomes available, I do intend to try to split one household with 10 people in it into 2 units, so that they have some more room.
And you won't know any of that until when they start to deliver personal property and people actually return?
We won't know until somebody decides to move out. We have because of this, the housing situation in Pajaro, turnover is really slow.
Yeah.
I think we've had maybe 2 units turnover in the last 4 years. So,
good. Okay. Well, that gives me some basic information. Thank you.
That's because the rents are low at these units. Anyone else? Supervisor Lopez or Askew? See none. Let's go to members of the public. Any members of the public want to comment on this update on Kent's Court in Pajaro? I don't see anybody in chambers. Anybody online?
No.
Okay. This item was just a report. Oh no, we need action. So we need a motion to approve the items, and then all the sub items B through E, as they require funds, and most of these, all of them require most of them 4/5 votes. So thank you for your work, first of all. Very good work. And I know our team's very committed to helping these families in Pajaro, and look forward to getting them back in there in October, hopefully. Is there a motion? Supervisor Church?
Yeah, I'll move to adopt the recommendations in the staff report.
Okay. Is there a second?
I have a couple of questions on the funding.
Okay.
So the first is we're asking for 1.4 million from the general fund balance.
No, that is from Fund 175.
You're just trading it.
It was sitting in fund balance and we did not have it appropriated. So we did not have the legal authority to spend the funds. So we're just taking it out of fund balance, getting the legal authority to spend it so that we can fund the modernization project.
Great. So it's not part of the general fund then?
No. The 500,000 is.
And so that's going to lower us down then.
Yes.
Probably close to $1 million. Because I think we just had 2 million in it. Give us about $1.5 million left in the whole general fund appropriation. Okay, a contingency rather. Okay, all right. Thank you for the response, and I will, since I'm talking, I'll second the motion.
Okay, it's been moved and it's been seconded. There's one more thing I was going to bring up, but I'll ask you after the fact. All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Oh, I know the question was just on getting reimbursed for some of these costs. Or do we expect the insurance, FEMA, or any other agencies to be able to reimburse any of these costs that we just finished voting on?
So the $1.4 million that came from Fund 175 fund balance will not be reimbursed. That is rent income from the previous 15 years. We do expect, I think last I heard it was about $4.5 million in site restoration reimbursement from the insurance company. We will also be reimbursed for lost rental income during the flood work. And then we will also be getting some funds to pass through to tenants for utility bills that they've had to pay, but obviously did not use the utilities.
Okay. So, all right, but we are getting some significant funds eventually. So that's good to know.
Chair,
all right.
We had Ezekiel raise his hand and Thomas Montoya.
Okay, you want to quickly, as we are wrapping up this item.
So this is Ezekiel Vega, sorry for that. Just wanted to clarify the amount left in contingencies. Currently, we have $2.8 million in that fund. If these $500,000 are approved, then that will bring the fund balance to approximately the amount of contingencies from 2.8 to about 2.3 million approximately. And also there's approximately 250,000 that will be considered by the budget committee tomorrow on a separate meeting for a separate item. So if those two actions are approved ultimately by the board, in addition to the one today, the balancing contingencies will be $2.1 million, the number that Supervisor Adams was referencing. So when we send you that summary, actually shows the potential impact to the contingencies if you were to approve this action. So after today, the balance is 2.3 million, and it could potentially go down to 2.1.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Montoya?
Looks like he took his hand.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for all the good work. We're going to CAO comments now from Sonia Del Rosa.
Just a few items. So we did have Army Corps of Engineers out at the levee last week. On Friday, we're providing a quick update to the media about the ongoing projects. There's quite a few repairs occurring simultaneously. There's 3 sites that are being focused on right now. And the hope is to have all of these finalized by November of this year, hopefully in time or before the winter storms. The second thing is we did have a Monterey Bay Economic Partnership strategic planning meeting last week, and there'll be a document coming forward that will be in draft form and will be available to update as we go forward, and just trying to focus what MBEP's goals are and strategic initiatives going forward. Our assistant CAO was named. It's Ezequiel Vega, and he was online earlier, but he is our new assistant CAO, and he will still be working on the budget, but also working collaboratively with departments. And last thing I have is that we do have a Pajaro Recovery Committee meeting in the community of Pajaro tomorrow night, and it is at Our Lady of Assumption. So we have sent reminders out to people, but just letting folks know. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. We're going to go. We have no new referrals, so we'll skip over item 15. We'll go to item 16 on the prelim analysis regarding the referral by Supervisor Church regarding a Laurel Yard master plan. And Mr. Ishii is up.
Good afternoon, Chair, and thank you very much. And thank you, members of the board. As introduced, I'm Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. And with me today is Lindsay Larabel, our Assistant Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. And we're coming back to your board with a preliminary analysis report on the subject board referral regarding the Laurel Yard and ultimate disposition of Laurel Yard. And so as we bring up the presentation, we will have the item brought up very soon. And with that, I will hand the floor over to Lindsay Larabel.
Okay, thanks, Director Ishii. Good afternoon, Lindsay Larabel, Assistant Director, Public Works, Facilities and Parks. I'm here.
New title. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Got to show the love.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well,
we threw you off a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, let me regroup. Okay. This is a referral staff's initial response to the Laurel Yard Master Plan. This is referral 2023.13 brought forth by Supervisor Church. In today's presentation, we'll do an overview of the background of the property, get a little information about that context, the process of considerations in approving this referral, and then recommendations and options for the Board of Supervisors to provide staff on how to move forward with this referral. So you see here is a map. This is the entire Natividad, I'll call it Natividad and Laurel Yard campus. And I just wanted to show that for context of how much the county owns out there. And I'm going to just use the map as far as north, south, east, west. So to the west of there, you see all pink. That would be where you see the Natividad, the health department, the jail, juvenile hall there. But for the sakes of this referral, you're going to focus to the area to the right. That is between Constitution and Laurel, sometimes referred to as the Laurel campus or the Laurel Yard, but it does consist of many properties there. The ones you see in yellow here are the properties owned by the county that have been leased to the city of Salinas. The property in which Laurel Yard sits on is outlined in yellow here. That is approximately an 86.5 acre parcel. As you can see, a part of it is leased to the city of Salinas and then sublet to the Monterey Salinas Regional Soccer Complex or Regional Soccer Authority. The area here in blue is are the parcels that are still within the county control here. The area in pink is considered the actual Laurel Yard. That's 16.24 acres. Important to point out here is those areas outside of the pink but inside the blue have several pending referrals to them. So to the north of Laurel Yard, we have there's approximately 10 acres there. That is referral 2023-03, the affordable senior housing parcel referral. To the south of that, we have the city and county MOU for multifamily housing. In addition to that, we have the Share Center, which is already a built facility. It's approximately 2 acres. And then finally, we have the referral 2017-20, which is the skate and BMX park. So that's about 2 acres there. So all that parcel, all that property has some sort of proposed development or has been developed. What you see here in green that I just outlined is approximately 3.75 acres. That's the only amount of land that remains that is currently non-designated for development. Oh, okay. I'll go back. So ready? Pop. Oh, blue. Are you? Okay. No, that's okay. If you look in the green, can you see the green? Yes. Okay. I just want to, okay. No, I just want to make sure. It's all that area. Well, if you are colorblind, I want to be sensitive to that. Yeah. So the areas in green, that are the areas that the county still has control over. The area, it is outlined in blue. So you see it's yellow and then it goes to blue. Okay. So I'm showing the areas there. And then furthermore, the area in pink filled in with pink, that is considered the Laurel Yard there. Finally, to the left, or we'll say to the west of Laurel Yard, that is the 3.75 acres that is the remaining non-designated for development. So, okay, yeah. Okay, so Laurel Yard. This is a multi-use facility. Again, that's the 16.24 acres. That is what we're seeing in an aerial shot, looking down. If we have the forefront of that would be the regional soccer complex. Looking down on that, we have several operations there. We have fleet maintenance service, the county vehicle fuel depot, the sheriff's abandoned vehicle abatement, Public Works maintenance, Public Works, the Facilities and Parks Department Operations Center. We have facilities and ground maintenance, water resource maintenance, the ITD radio shop, and the probation Silver Star program. So there's several functions out there. In addition to that, it is surrounded, as we've noted earlier, by the Share Center, which is not considered part of Laurel Yard, but adjacent to it. In addition to that, which is not a county-owned property, is the Mission Trail ROP. So that's just to the north of the Laurel Yard. So several factors to consider is that while you're seeing a lot of undeveloped property there, if you've seen, we do have those pending referrals there. But I think a really important part to notice is that Veterans Way is a county-owned driveway. It is not a county-owned road or city road, which means it doesn't get any, it does not qualify for TOT or road fund. So any use that we continue to put on that road will need to be replaced by facilities. So that's something for consideration as we continue development on that site. So what is the process to fulfilling this referral? Ultimately, staff will prepare a board report of staff's findings and recommendations to present to the board for consideration. This will include current uses, proposed uses, the consultants needed to fulfill this or to prepare the master plan, preliminary budgets, staff time, any environmental reports, environmental and traffic analysis, among other items that may pop up. I mean, we do have a fuel depot there, so there may be some environmental remediation required in addition. We do have those abandoned well sites that will require a lien to be put on or encumbered with the inability to put residential development, although we will be able to do commercial development just around the parcel where there's the fleet. So we're just going to have to look at all those factors and determine what the uses are and what the potential remediation will require. Some challenges, or in addition to that, so it's going to be the cost of relocating Laurel Yard. Where are some sites? What's the cost of staff time, the planning, and the actual physical move, and the buildings to move Laurel Yard? Determine compatible and competitive development opportunities. If we were to able to relocate Laurel Yard, what is the best use for this site? What does that look like? Is it high density county facilities? Is it more residential use? What are the objectives that the board would like to see on the site? And based on those recommendations, the board's agreement, we would develop a capital improvement program sheet, so that CIP, and put it in there for future funding opportunities. Some challenges to consider for this fiscal year is that it is not included in the FY 23-24 work plan. The work plan is developed by the capital projects that are approved by the Board of Supervisors at the budget hearing, or at the Board of Supervisors, and the staff from facilities will create a work plan based on that. We've had approximately a wonderful year of funding, which has put a lot of workload, but we do have a pretty robust work plan for the year. And that's something for consideration. In addition, the projects require significant staff time and funding. This can include public works or the project managers from Public Works, Facilities and Parks, HCD possibly, if we were to look at doing multi-housing, multiple or affordable housing on the site, as well as county council and consultants, outside consultants. So those are some factors to consider when approving this referral. So the recommendations in conclusion, we just asked that staff is asking that the board receive a preliminary analysis report in response to the board referral, and then direct staff with completion of the referral based on the description in this report, so as written, or proceed with the completion of the referral based on modifications by the board, or if the board would wish to come back with further, more comprehensive analysis of the referral and anticipated efforts for completion. Right now, we don't have cost anticipated until we're able to spend time with staff to really and meet with the consultants to understand what their cost proposals would be. And then lastly, it would be to rescind the referral. And that concludes staff's presentation. I look forward to answering any questions, and thank you very much.
First, any questions for Lindsay or Mr. Ishii? Then I'll go to Supervisor Church because I have some questions, but maybe you might be able to help answer on your purpose or thinking behind this referral.
So the reason for this is because we do have developments, low income, senior housing nearby. There's a school nearby. There's a share center nearby. It's changing the neighborhood, so to speak. There is this is a maintenance yard. It's going to be noisy. There's going to be work at night at times. It's just not going to be compatible with the neighborhood in that way. And so as we build around it, my concern is that we are going to have complaints from the neighborhoods, from the neighbors that are in there as they build in, and that there's going to be some friction out of that. So I'm trying to be proactive here and looking and saying, we need to move this site, which is a work site, to somewhere that is not really in the midst of a residential area, and that's the purpose.
Yeah. So thank you for your explanation, your thoughts. Having represented this area for 7 years, I haven't heard that it's been an issue. Usually when I've been there in the evening, everybody's closing up at 5 o'clock. People are leaving. The only ones who come after hours is the sheriffs when they're just reloading their vehicle. They're there for a few minutes and then they take off. I see this as being compatible because I'm just saying, if we go down this line on this referral, we're going to spend a lot of staff time, a lot of resources, and finding another maintenance yard is going to be way more expensive to build new facilities, new buildings, acquire another property where we have it already. And actually the location, if you look on a map of Salinas, is actually in the heart of Salinas, just right in the middle. And so for maintenance vehicle purposes, this is an ideal location, at least in Salinas. And the fact that we have very little, besides the planned Eden development housing project, there isn't much else on the other side, at least. There's the Veterans Park, the All Veterans Park, and the soccer complex, and those only utilize certain hours during the day. The maintenance yard is fenced off. And I encourage people to do a walk around the campus, because about a third, maybe 40% is not even utilized. It has space to grow. The side facing Carr Lake, just like some sheds and a lot of old equipment that just needs to be hauled out of there. So in the future, if there needs to be other purposes as places to grow, even within the fenced off area. I know there's been some issues with people breaking in and vandalism around the fence line, but there's a lot of barbed wire on one side, on the Carr Lake side. And that's what I just want to say. We have a lot of priorities, a lot of needs right now, very limited resources. I'm just concerned about going down a road. We're going to spend a lot of money in trying to solve a problem that I haven't heard of take place there. I do think the housing would be compatible. We're even asking, at least when I raised the issue, that the Eden housing project should be fenced off for protection of the tenants and not have people come in, because there is some unorganized homeless encampments in that area. And same, any potential future senior housing, that it should be one of those neighbor apartment complexes that are fenced off for security reasons, just because of the other issues that lie along the Gavilan Creek and the Carr Lake area. Those would be my concerns, because I do see. I do think it could be compatible with the proposed housing if it ever happens, at least the senior housing project, and I would encourage people to go there in the evening, and you'll see it gets very quiet. And so after hours, after 5 o'clock, there isn't much interaction between the staff that are there and the public. And the same has happened with the Share Center. It's all fenced off. Security really limits who could go in and out. And that has helped us avoid a lot of headaches and problems at the Share Center as well. So those are my thoughts. I know this will come back for further discussion, but I just wanted to share where I'm at on this. Anyone else? Okay, we'll just wait till it comes back for more in-depth discussion. Thank you very much, Ms. Larrable. Okay, now we're going to board comments. I think we started on this side last week, or maybe we start with Supervisor Church.
Sure. We are, as Sonia mentioned, having a gathering out on Navarro tomorrow. The following day, there's also going to be a kind of a neighborhood gathering over at Westfield Presbyterian Church in Watsonville regarding the transitional housing program that we're putting together on our $6 million homeless grant. So there's two things coming up right there. We're not meeting next week, but the Thursday next week, the 7th, I think it is, holding a town hall in Los Lomas. And went to the fairgrounds on Friday, had a nice little barbecue there.
We didn't get any though.
Yeah, it was
okay. You got some there.
It was nice. It was nice, but I think that's pretty much it.
Right, but two very important meetings this week, Supervisor Church. So good luck on those.
Yeah, so happy to share. Our CAO joined me last week for a cafecito en Chular. Went really well. We got to rehash all the old wounds, open up the scars, and have a look around. But it was a great meeting at the end. Everyone was extremely excited to have Sonia there to be able to speak to her directly in their own language and have a conversation about the issues that matter to the community of Chular. So I want to thank our CAO for joining me. We also were able to host Dia del Trabajador, Day of the Farm Worker, down in San Lorenzo Park, County Park this weekend. I think it was a way larger crowd than anybody anticipated. So I want to thank our county park staff for helping to adjust on the fly to make sure that we took care of everybody who was there. There were several live bands, over 50 different booths providing resources to the community in the park. And we're talking about thousands of people. The park, we had to close off the parking at one point, but after years of having almost nobody there because of COVID, it was incredible to see so many people out looking for resources, including our consul who was there in person, giving updates and having one-on-ones with folks in the park that day. So the reason our parks exist to bring resources to the community was alive and well this weekend. So thank you to Brian and the entire parks team for pulling that off. I also want to commend Deneen, Gus, and Karen Lewis for pulling off a great equity conference in Monterey this weekend. Got to hear Luis Valdez speak after I was able to give a welcome in the morning. Great day there, which I actually had to leave just slightly early so I could get to the rib cook-off here in Salinas, where I was a judge, along with our Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren and Colonel Trotter from 400 Leggett, as well as the mayor of Salinas and the city manager of Salinas, Chief Alice, and others. It was a wonderful opportunity to judge some ribs, and I'm proud to report that Greenfield took home the trophy this year. So the trophy's headed back to South County.
The usual winner.
Yeah, there was some bitter feelings being tossed about there at the end, but it was a good one.
I object.
Hey, Jack, hand's still up like it was that day. But you got to come to South County, try to get that trophy back. So I also want to share that our listening sessions are kicking off again. They were extremely successful last year. I've got some exciting news coming on a couple of those. One of those pieces of news was announced last week, which is that Soledad and Tampsey have acquired a great grant for Safe Routes to School to slow down traffic on West Street with the traffic diet that came out of last year's listening session. So good things are happening. Just want to also share that I know with the announcement that Lindsay is stepping up, it also means that most folks are aware that Tom Vonnegut is still with us slightly, but stepping back. I want to thank him and the entire team at Public Works and everybody that works with Randy who helped pull off a lot of improvements on Ranchita Canyon Road, which is a place most people have never heard of. It's at the southeastern tip out near Parkfield, but that community has some key concerns after the storm damage that happened this winter took place, and they were able to get out there in the last few months and correct all of the concerns, except for one request for future investment. And the community is extremely excited and happy to have had that responsiveness. So please pass along our thanks to Tom and to the entire team for pulling off those great improvements. And with that, I wrap. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Adams?
Just a couple of quick things. I'm very excited for everyone that the Monterey County Fair at the Monterey Fairgrounds is starting this week, and it'll go through the holiday weekend, which I think is terrific. I also just wanted to just say a moment of thought for yesterday, which was the 60th anniversary of the major gathering in Washington, D.C., when Martin Luther King gave his I Have a Dream speech that changed the trajectory of so much in our world, perhaps not as quickly as we wanted to see happen. But I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. And then finally, tonight is a very big night in Big Sur because it is the Big Sur softball championship game. Big deal, big deal. I wish luck to both teams and well done to everyone who played in the league this year. I most often throw out the opening pitch, but I am instead going to the birthday party for a 97-year-old friend. So
nice.
Lyman Hamilton takes precedent over the Big Sur softball game.
Wow. He must be a really good friend.
He's a lovely friend.
Supervisor Esky.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, no, there's been a lot of activities this summer, and we were going through our list, just the calendar this week. The fair was great. Get ready for the fair. I should say the fair kickoff barbecue was fantastic. The West End Festival, which someone announced last week, thank you, was amazing. The music, the vendors, the community, the spirit.
What was the decibel of that music?
It was loud.
Way more than 85.
Yeah. I mean, I do have a little one who's a little sensitive to noise. And so we did have to, but there were lots of spaces to spread out. So we really enjoyed ourselves and had a great time. The Salinas Pal Car Show, we were all bouncing around. I got a chance to go to the Union game, the Monterey Bay Football Club, and oh my gosh, sold out crowd. Like what an incredible space to watch families and kids and community. Again, like the culture of the community was just so rich and healthy and beautiful, and I loved it. And then on Sunday, I was able to go to the Salinas Valley Pride Celebrations Progress Brunch at the Toro Cafe. And again, just like a really beautiful, wonderful, joyful celebration of neighbors and who we are as a community. And then finally, my chief of staff was able to get over to the sheriff office for their quarterly swearing in of sworn and non-sworn personnel, which again, tons of District 4 residents who have chosen to take the oath to serve our community in the sheriff's office. And it was just great to be able to be there and see their families celebrating their achievement, knowing that our community is healthy and safe, and we're all in that commitment shared. Our commitment for that goal is shared. So it's been a great week. And then I'm headed up to Sacramento tonight for some CSEC events and plan to visit with a few of our state folks. So more to come.
Thank you very much. And definitely a busy weekend. The PAL car show was excellent at the 250 plus cars, the record number of participants, raising number for the PAL youth activities in Salinas. Touch a Truck took place at the Rodeo, another fundraiser for a lot of raising money for kids, our kids with special needs in our county. And then the Guelaguetza, which is the Oaxacan community celebration at Natividad Creek Park, was really nice. And I really want to thank Sandy Santos, who works for Telemundo, but her sisters have organized that for the last 14 years. And I want to commend them for their leadership in making those events possible in our community. Also, I joined Yuri Anderson at the sheriff's swearing in. I want to thank Sheriff Tina Nieto for allowing me to come and make some welcoming remarks as we celebrated the promotion of several dozen sheriff department employees, but also a lot of new hires. And it was just nice to celebrate them with their families and their friends as they take on their new leadership roles within the sheriff's department. Last thing I want to say was I really want to thank Assemblymember Rivas, who just filed a new bill to expedite the permitting on the Pajaro River. His first bill as a Speaker of the Assembly, he did a gut and amend of a bill that he already had. And so I really wanted to thank him, John Laird, Don Addis, and Senator Caballero. They all signed on as principal co-authors of that bill. Supervisor Church and I and our CEO were at the Pajaro River last Friday with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers as they gave a progress report on the work that will happen on 3 sections of the river on the Monterey County side. So work is moving, the stars are aligned, and we want the community to know we're all committed to try to move things along as soon as possible. Last thing I would just announce that for the public, we won't have a meeting next week because it's Labor Day on Monday, and we want to really acknowledge all the hardworking American workers on this day. So we will be back on September 12th, but it won't be here anymore. This is our last meeting in this room as a supervisors. We will be back in our chamber. And our IT staff, I wanted to thank them because Supervisor Adams and I got a little preview yesterday, a lot of technological improvements in our chamber, and we look forward to making those tools, making our meetings more accessible and hopefully more enjoyable for our public. So with that, thank you, IT team, for that great work. And we will be back here September 12th, but back in the regular Board of Supervisors chambers. Thank you very much. Oh, let's do the readouts by County Council. Thank you.
For the Water Resources Agency, there's no reportable action. For the Board of Supervisors, the board agreed to initiate litigation in 4 matters. 3 of those are joining amicus briefs in the matters of Padilla v. Crest v. Padilla, and U.S. versus Idaho. That's it.
Okay. With that, we will adjourn today's meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.